Tonight's presentation of the 32nd Annual Linda Speedway National Open is presented by On the High Side Apparel, a clothing brand created by 600 driver Connor Sheffield. With a portion of proceeds going to benefit medical cannabis research, your purchase helps drive progress in the fight against a variety of medical issues. Find out more information at onthehighsideapparel.com or visit Connor and the On the High Side team in the pit area this weekend here at Linda's Speedway. Use the offer code LINDAS at checkout to get 20% off your order through October 17th.
And we welcome you live to Linda Speedway for National Open 32 here in Jonestown, Pennsylvania. We have cars on the Speedway. And for a couple moments today, we weren't quite sure if that was going to be the case. But yes, cars on track. It is just past 8:15 p.m. here in Jonestown, Pennsylvania, a little after 2 hours after we were originally scheduled to get started. There were heavy precipitation coming through here in the afternoon. However, it cleared out of here right around 6:30. Track prep had been going on for about an hour and a half, and you just saw the first warm-up group, first on-track action of the night conclude. 270 hot laps. Group number one on the Speedway, Ben Stoles had the fastest time, 12.495 seconds. Billy Logan, Logan Deal, Jacob Hendershot, and Stevie Darren, your top five. Of course, the running order for the evening, we had our 600 heat races last night after time trials for both the 270s and the 600s. Of course, we also had the 23rd Hoosier Tire 270 Race of Champions last night. That was won by Alex Swift. Tonight, we have heat races for the 270s. That's going to be coming up after 270 hot laps. Then we'll run the alphabet soup for both the 600s and the 270s. We'll have a C and a B main for the 600s, and E, D, C, and B main for the 270s prior to tonight's 40-lap National Opens. In case you missed anything from yesterday, if you may not have been with us either at the Speedway or on the National Racing Network, we had time trials yesterday. The Groff Motorsports 600 Fast Time Award went to Alex Rupert, a 12.82 second lap time for the Lewisberry, Pennsylvania driver, just 15 years of age, and he took home the pole position. And then 270 time trials took to the Speedway after that, and it was Elmer, New Jersey's Lee Reinhart putting his number 4R at the top of the time chart, a 12.12 second lap time, fastest by about a tenth of a second over anyone else, so he'll start on pole for tonight's first of 8 270 heat races. We did have 6 600 heat races last night, and Alex Rupert had an incredible battle with the Wheelmaster General Timmy Buckwalter for the pole of tonight's National Open 32. The kid came out on top. Rupert will start on pole for tonight's National Open. Jared Kunkel won heat number 2, so he'll start on the outside of that front row. The other heat races were won by Ryan Groff, Pat Beeler, Jesse Maurer, and Garrett Smith. So those drivers will be your top 6 starters. We already know who the top 24 starters in the 600s are tonight. We'll transfer 6 more through tonight through the B main and the 1 provisional to make up our 30-car field. Our weather tonight on the National Racing Network, sponsored by DU Weather, 61 degrees Fahrenheit. No complaints there. We have 0% chance of precipitation right now. That is the absolute best thing we could have asked for after what we went through earlier this afternoon. It is clear, but it is a little bit windy. Wind at 11 miles per hour currently. We'll see how that impacts the racing that goes on throughout the course of the night, in addition to all the precipitation that we had here. Expect that to make for a very fast track this evening, particularly early on in the night during the 270 heat races. And during the Alphabet Soup, things might slick off just a little bit before the National Open A mains this evening. Second group of hot laps for the 270s is on to the Speedway. And it looks like Pat Beeler is top of the time charts, 12.308 for Pat Beeler. Fastest time so far by quite a bit. Ben Stoll still second fastest. Last night's Race of Champions winner, Alex Swift. We talked about him winning that Race of Champions. He beat Pat Beeler, passed Beeler with about 4 laps to go to win that race. Beeler started 4th. Alex Swift started 10th and drove his Nick Waltono number 02 through the field to take home his second Race of Champions victory in the past 3 years. The last time he won the Race of Champions, 2019, he went on to win the National Open the next night, so he's hoping that's a good omen for Alex Swift, who celebrated his 35th birthday yesterday night as well. He is third on the time charts right now. Billy Logeman and the 2014 National Open winner, Logan Deal, complete your top 5. Third warm-up group is coming out onto the Speedway. I'm Casey Kreider, taking through all the action tonight here at Linda Speedway as part of this National Open. And I've got a partner in crime tonight as well, Bert Wojcik, going to be our pit reporter once again this evening. He'll be getting some interviews with some of the top drivers, including the heat race winners for tonight's 270 heats that'll be taking to the Speedway in just a little bit. See a few cars out on the Speedway in this third group that we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on tonight. One of them being Ross the Boss Perchak, the 5-time National Open winner. And looking through the heat race lineups, he is going to start heat number 3 tonight from the pole position. He was third quickest in time trials. He was the quick timer of last year's National Open, but that did not translate to the pole because he got passed by Pat Beeler for the win of heat race number 1. So Beeler started on pole, and Perchak had to start 9th. And that just exemplifies how important these heat races are tonight. 1 position in a heat equals 8 positions in the starting lineup. So it is going to be crucially important to try and win the heat race and finish up front, particularly knowing how important track position is in these races. Ross Perchak goes second quickest on the time charts, a time of 12.448 seconds, still behind Pat Beeler. The Rocket Man from Fleetwood, Jason Swavely, third quickest, 12.464 seconds for him. Former Race of Champions winner Steve Dunmeyer, fourth fastest, and Ben Stolz, a solid 5th quick through 3 warm-up groups. Now, the 600s will also get hot laps tonight, but that's going to come a little later on in the evening after our 270 heat races. They are coming out in heat race order in order to accommodate and give the drivers in the first few heat plenty of time to make any adjustments they may feel necessary. So this should be heat number 4 coming onto the racetrack. And Ryan McAndrew in the 25. He was the 4th fastest timer one evening ago. And he Going to start on pole for that fourth heat race, and he's on the Speedway, working his number 25 off the exit of turn number 2, right in front of Todd Russer in the 45, who made the Open last year. Trying to get back this season. He'll start heat number 4 from 4th. Top 3 are going to transfer from each heat race in the 270s. Richie Hartman working under the flag stand in the Mark Gray's Automotive number 39X. Had a bit of a rough go of it in last year's 270 National Open. Hoping things go a little more smooth for him, but time trials did not go smoothly for Richie. He is going to be starting 10th of the 11 cars in this heat race, so he's going to have a lot of work to do if he wants to transfer to tonight's A main. The top 3 are going to head to the A main. 4th and 5th place finishers going to go to the B, 6 and 7 to the C, 8 and 9 to the D, and 10 and 11 to the E main. So if you finish outside the top 6, 7, 8, your night is going to be a lot more difficult. Not to say it can't be done, though, and we always enjoy keeping an eye on those who can work their way through the soup, so to speak. I want to take a moment to thank everybody who is tuning in on the National Racing Network live stream exclusively on our YouTube channel this evening. If you like what you see, please like, share it with your friends, especially as we get later on in the evening. Leave super comments. All of those things help to show your support for the National Racing Network and our live coverage of National Open 32 tonight at the Lindis Speedway. Looks like Ryan McAndrew will be the fastest car in this time, or in this warm-up session. 6th quickest, 12.525 for McAndrew, still behind the top 5 of Pat Beeler, Ross Burchak, Jason Swavely, Steve Dunmeyer, and Ben Stolz. See the cars being pushed onto the Speedway in turn number 3, and that's where they're going to be pushed away tonight for the 270s because it is so wet back there in the staging area. It's going to be really difficult for the four-wheeler drivers to push the drivers from back where they usually do, so they're bringing them out onto the Speedway in turn 3, where obviously it's a lot drier, and that's where they'll push away the 270s that have to be started. They don't start on their own. You see the problem for the 17 of Chase Metheny. He is being towed back to the pit area. That's a tough break for him because he was slated to start in 2nd of this 4th heat race that will be coming to the Speedway in a little bit, but he's got problems. Sounds like Chase Metheny's car may have lost his brakes. That's going to be something they'll have to try and work out. Hopefully it's an easy fix for the driver of car number 17X. By the way, wow, it's still early on in the evening. Be sure to get your 50/50 tickets for the night. I saw them coming through the grandstands just a few moments ago. They will be coming through. The more tickets you buy, the more of an opportunity you have to win, and also the more money is in the pot. So get your 50-50 tickets while you still can. We will pull that at some point during the evening. Last night, the prize was $286, so you can go home with a pretty good chunk of change if you win the 50-50 here tonight at Linda's Speedway. The car working into turn number 3. The Pasquarellas detailing number 11Z. That's your defending National Open winner. He did it from 14th 1 year ago. Austin Pasquarella from West Leechburg, Pennsylvania. And Austin, who was the 6th fastest timer last year and was on the pole for that heat race, and then had a couple issues on a restart. In fact, it was a couple starts between the front row that weren't that clean, so he got moved back to the second row, was only able to finish that heat race in the second position. That meant he would start 14th for the feature, and yet he drove his way up through the field, took the lead with 6 laps to go from Pat Beeler, who had started on pole and dominated the race. And in lap traffic, Beeler nearly got him back. And if you saw the footage, if you saw the clip, if you saw it right here on the National Racing Network a year ago, you know the rest of the story. It was Pasquarella by 1/1000th of a second at the checkered flag, taking the win and pulling off an upset of sorts. Not many people had him pegged to win the race, but a lot more people are keeping an eye on that 11Z here tonight. And another good omen toward that is he's second quickest on the time charts in hot laps, a 12.405 second lap time for Austin Pasquarella. Good lap from Cody Siegel. He's third quickest, 12.444 for Cody Siegel. Ross Burchak, Jason Swavely complete your top 5. Still behind Pat Beeler with a 12.308 second lap time that he laid down. Sixth group of cars is coming on to the Speedway now. Corey Myers is going to start on pole for that 6th heat race, and he takes his number 20 out of turn number 4. Both the Myers boys think they've got a good chance tonight. Like their odds. Craig Myers was really fast in last night's Race of Champions. Wound up coming home officially in 3rd. Pat Beeler originally had finished 2nd, but was DQ'd. So Craig Myers, who came across the line in 4th, wound up with a 3rd place result. He had the fastest lap of that race, though, so he was coming and trying to close into the leaders, just ran out of laps. Probably need a caution to have really any sort of opportunity. But he'll be a threat here tonight. Dallas Sanders in the 99. Behind him on the Speedway, the number 48 Western Lawn and Landscape Machine, Jonah Meck, is being pushed onto the Speedway. CJ Davis in the 25 is on track, along with the 2-time wingless 600 champion here at the Linda's Speedway. That is Brandon Heist. In the 12R machine, he's on track with Dakota Bartlett in the 29, a winner here earlier this season. He is going to start 4th in that heat race. Dave Williams in the 21D on the Speedway with a 76Z of Zach Horwath. I believe the 99 of Parker Lucas is also on the racetrack. I think that's his car going into turn number 3. I'll get a better look at it here as he comes off the corner. The guy running behind him, though, is the 2019 270 track champion, running the team car to Brandon Heist tonight. That is Devin Herron in car number 5R. Made his return to the Speedway last weekend to get some laps, tune up that car for the evening. See if he's got it hooked up here tonight. He will start 2nd, has an opportunity to start as high as 6th in tonight's National Open. He would love to win it in his return to Linda Speedway. Corey Myers goes to third quickest on the time charts, 12.410 for Corey Myers. Now he's second fastest on his second lap, 12.390 for Corey Myers. So he is turning in some quick times. He goes faster yet on the third lap, 12.332 for Corey Myers, second quickest in hot laps so far, just 3/100ths behind Pat Beeler, who remains at the top of the time charts. It's Beeler, Myers, Pascarella, Siegel, and Perchak, your top five. Two more warm-up groups to go. The cars in heat number 7 are working their way onto the speedway, led out by the two-time 270 track champion from Lebanon, Pennsylvania. That is Mike Boyer in car number 41, leading him out there. He's going to start 6th in that heat race. Did not quite have the time trial effort he was hoping for last night, but going to try and make up for it this evening in the heat. '58 of Charles Chance is on the speedway right behind him into turn number 3, and then coming about the backstretch or so behind those two is Shannon Slaughter from Lidditz, Pennsylvania, in her first National Open. She was one of the last cars out yesterday and put in a pretty eye-popping lap, second quickest for her, 15th quickest overall, I should say. That's going to put her second in heat number 7, an impressive performance for Shannon in her first National Open appearance. Going to try and lock that Phoenix Fire number 53S into tonight's A main. She leads a fellow Lanco regular, Jamie Flickinger, in the Alpha Seal number 9G, coming out of turn number 2. Flickinger got his first Lanco win earlier this season in the sportsman class there. Braden Spencer, regular at Greenwood Valley Action Track, working his way down the backstretch in car number 27, followed by the 15H of Luke Hales, the 133 of Brian Borowick, and your pole sitter for heat number 7, 7th fastest timer overall last night, the aforementioned Craig Myers, who we talked about having that really good run in the Race of Champions. JT Horwath in the 3H is also on the speedway with the 11B of Brandon Fredericks. '22R of Ryan Fredericks right behind him into turn number 1. Those two going to share the second row together on that 7th heat race. Craig Myers goes to 4th quickest overall in that 20M, a 12.406 second lap time for him. Just 1/1000th off the time set by Austin Pascarella in 3rd. It'll be Pat Beeler, Corey Myers, Austin Pascarella, Craig Myers, and Cody Siegel. Your top 5 still have one more warm-up group coming on the speedway. Pistol Pete Skias is going to start on the pole for the 8th and final heat race tonight, and he works the Viper chassis number 3 onto the speedway. In turn number 3, he rolls right now. A 4-time winner this season is Pete Skias from Wernersville, Pennsylvania, former winner of this race in both the 270s and the 600s. Did it in the 600s back in 2005 and won the 270 National Open in 2011. Going to try and do it again this evening. The 1F of Rick Francis, the Lime Rock champion, working his way into turn number 3, right behind Pete Skias. And then just a few car lengths behind is the 83N, who Bert and I both agree maybe has one of the best names in all of racing, Nunzi Allegrucci, a 2-time winner here this season, including last weekend. Nunzi got the job done, had a much better preliminary night in the National Open this year around than he did last year. He's put himself in position to be a contender this season, as Marshall Labuta's car has a little bit of trouble firing up the speed. The Greenwood Valley regular working his way into turn 3, still trying to get that car up and running, and we're going to go yellow. So they are going to take Labuda. Well, Labuda got going again. He's going to work his way down the backstretch. Looks like that car was trying to fire away and just never could quite get going. But he is now having more issues with that car. Looks like it's kind of stopping and starting on him a little bit. He's on the speedway, and he's going to take it off now in turn number 2. Andrew Dietrich also on the track in the Haldeman Ford number 88D. He'll start second in heat number 8. Glenn Mockimer in the 112 was in last night's Race of Champions. Works into turn number 3. Rick Francis' car off the pace in turn number 4 as well. So some issues for those in this hot lap session. But Pete Skias goes to third quickest, 12.352 for Pete Skias, third quickest in hot laps. However, Pat Beeler is going to continue and conclude 270 hot laps as your quick timer of the warm-up session, 12.308 for the 2-time National Open winner, Pat Beeler. Corey Myers, second fastest. Pete Skias, third. Austin Pasquarella, fourth. And Craig Myers completing your top 5. Okay, race fans, at this time, we ask if you could all please rise, and gentlemen, please remove your caps. Here to honor America with the singing of our national anthem, please welcome Mr. Tom Fitting.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And with that, race fans, it is time. A few hours later than we were hoping for, but yes, we are ready to go racing with the Saturday night finale of National Open 32. And we're going to kick it off with probably the biggest heat race of the night. Heat number 1. This is going to determine who our pole sitter is this evening. Heat 1, and it's a pretty loaded one. Right at the front, you've got Lee Reinhardt, obviously so fast. The quick timer in time trials yesterday. But behind him, Logan Deal and Nick Skias, the two former National Open winners. Deal did it back in 2014, Skias back in 2010. They're going to start second and third, and here we go. Heat number 1 coming on to the racetrack. Our heats yesterday for the 600s were sponsored by Groff Motorsports, Patty Salon, Tim Bortz, and the four-wheeler drivers here at the Speedway. Tonight's first heat race for the 270s is sponsored by Patty Salon. And here's how the lineup is going to go off for it. Lee Reinhardt, your quickest overall timer, going to start from pole. Logan Deal, the 2014 champion, on his outside. Then Nick Skias in the Palmucci number 16P that he won the Poker Series title at Bridgeport with this year. He's going to start from the inside of row number 3 with Stevie Darren in the 19X on his outside. Another former National Open winner is in this heat race. Jacob Hendershot in the 28, making his return to this race. Going to start from the inside of row number 3. Billy Logeman on his outside in the 76B, Alfred and Sam's Bakery ride. Tyler Reinhardt in the 14R, the other Delmarva coating machine, going to start inside of row number 4, and he'll have Matt Fernsler in the 19 from Lebanon, Pennsylvania on his outside. Ben Stoles in car number 77 out of Bloomsburg, and the 9G of Wummelsdorf's Jamie Flickinger going to start in row 5. Corey Staley in the 1S going to start at the back of this 11-car starting lineup for heat race number 1. Top 3 to the A main. 1st, 9th, and 17th in tonight's feature up for grabs in this heat race. Obviously, the pole is the important one to watch. Here we go. We saw an outstanding battle last night for the pole of the 600 feature between Alex Rupert and Timmy Buckwalter. So what does tonight say? This track has changed a lot, obviously, in the past 24 hours, so who is adjusted for it? Does Lee Reinhardt still have the speed he has yesterday? Or can Logan Deal, Nick Skias, or anybody else do anything with him? Green flag, we're racing with Heat 1. Reinhardt's going to get out of the way to the point, side by side. Skias and Deal are going to be coming off of turn number 2 and down the backstretch. Nick Skias on the inside. Logan Deal trying to get the momentum up on the high side. They'll continue to be side by side off the corner. Stevie Darren running 4th. Billy Logeman has moved past Jacob Hendershot into 5th. Skias trying to clear Deal down the backstretch. He'll do it, but here comes Logan throwing it back in on the inside. Side by side. A bonsai move by Logan Deal on the inside of turn number 3, and it worked. He's got the spot for good now coming out of turn number 2. but Lee Reinhardt has gotten away and is running blistering laps out in front of the field in the 4R. He's looking for revenge from this race 1 year ago when he started second, was running second, had trouble early in the race. And Nick Skias has a problem. That car appears to be losing its power coming out of turn number 2. He is going to take it off the racetrack. That is a huge moment in this race. And on this night, Nick Skias, probably one of the favorites coming in, now is out of this heat race, and he'll have to go to an E-main. Logan Deal, in the meantime, is trying to track down Lee Reinhardt out in front, who, as we mentioned, trying to get revenge from last year's National Open, in which he started second but had reliability issues, and from 2 weeks ago in the Skyscraper when he had it won and spun in lap traffic in the closing laps. Final lap for Lee Reinhardt out in front. He leads Logan Deal and Jacob Hendershot. They're going to be your top 3 coming to the checkered flag. Deal going to try to get there, but he won't. Lee Reinhardt's going to win heat number 1 for the 270s. And with that, Lee Reinhardt is going to start on the pole. So Lee Reinhardt is your winner of Heat 1, and he'll start on the pole for tonight's National Open. Logan Deal finishes second, and Jacob Hendershot finishes third. So they will go to tonight's A-Main. Everybody else going to have to go to one of the Alphabet Soup races. So we know who's going to start on the pole for National Open 32. Now the question is, who's going to start on the outside pole? And that's what we'll find out in this second heat race. And starting on the pole for it, driving the Nick Walton number 02 from Bridgeport, New Jersey. Last night's Race of Champions winner, the 23rd Hoosier Tire Race of Champions, went to Bridgeport, New Jersey's Alex Swift, and he'll start on pole for this second heat race. He is going to have the guy that he battled in that Race of Champions with, though, on his outside, Pat Beeler in the 44B, going to make up the front row. These two could very well have a chance to win tonight's National Open, but one of them might have to start second, the other might have to start 10th. Jeff Hafke in the 61 would like to put himself into the mix. He's going to start from the inside of row number 2, with Noah Orginis in car number 7 making up that second row with him. Justin Harrington in the 76 had track championships in the 125s at 2 different tracks, including right here at Linda Speedway this season. He'll start from the inside of row 3 with Sean Freeland in the 83F on his outside. Brandon Crockford in the 64 machine is going to start from the inside of row number 4, and Tommy Rink making his first National Open start in the 11R machine, going to make up that 4th row with him. Jeff Weaver, a couple times a champion at Clinton County this year, and Lonnie McConaughey going to start from row number 5, and the wingless 270 Shellhammers champ Alex Rhinesmith is going to start in 11th at the back of the field. Going to try and make his way up, as will all the drivers who are outside of the top 3. That's where you got to be to make tonight's A-Main field. Heat number 2, sponsored by Viper Chassis. And who's it going to be taking home the outside pole? Who's it going to be transferring into the big dance? 3 more spots about to be locked up. The 02 of Swift and the Neff's Construction number 44 of Pat Beeler. Pat Beeler had 3 straight wins here this season in the month of July. He swept the 4th of July Richie Hartman race in the 270s and then won the next weekend, but has had some issues with that car throughout the course of the season. They've been trying to get him fixed up, and we'll see if he's got the speed here tonight. Alex Swift has 2 wins this season. Both of those were driving John Blanda's number 15, though, which he won the Spirit Auto Center Speedway Championship with down in Bridgeport. This in the 0-2, which he's been in the past few weeks. He's trying to put it on the outside pole. Here we go. Heat number 2 is underway. Good start from Swift, but Beeler's going to hang with him. They'll be side by side into turn number 1. Pat Beeler on the outside, Alex Swift on the inside, and Pat Beeler around the high side is going to get through to the lead. Alex Swift not done with him yet, though. Oh, trouble turn number 4. Justin Harrington nearly wiped out Sean Freeland in turn number 1. They all keep it straight. Beeler's gotten away from Swift, who's gotten away from Hafke. That's your top 3. We're going to try to close in on him. As the battles continue further back, Brandon Crockford and Sean Freeland going to work for the 6th spot as the front 5 have gotten away. Pat Beeler has about 3 car lengths on Alex Swift out in front. Remember, Pat Beeler started on the outside of the front row for heat race number 1 last year. Won it, started on pole. He's trying to do the same thing this year to start on the outside pole, and he's halfway home. Those two have checked out from Jeff Hapke, who's running 3rd, but Hafke's got a nice gap over Werginnis and Harrington, who race nose to tail down the backstretch about 6 car lengths behind the 61 of Hafke. Beeler's got a solid 9/10 of a second lead on Alex Swift with 2 laps remaining. Coming back to the Twin Sticks, 2 laps to go for Pat Beeler out in front. The gap is growing up to 1.90 seconds. 0.9 seconds as he is trying to close in. I don't think he'll get there, though. Coming back to the white flag, unless Pat Beeler has a problem, he's going to do it again. He's going to win a heat race from the outside of the front row and vault himself up the starting lineup for National Open 32. Pat Beeler is going to be your outside pole sitter as he wins heat number 2 in the 270s. The Race of Champions winner, Alex Swift, is going to come home 2nd and start 10th as a result. And Jeff Hapke going to finish in 3rd. He will transfer as well. So Pat Beeler, Alex Swift, Jeff Hafke all move on. Werginnis and Harrington to the B, Crockford, Freeland to the C, Weaver and Rink to the D, Ryan Smith and McConaughey to the E main. Heat number 3 going to come on to the Speedway now, and it's going to be led out by the driver, as we mentioned in warm-ups, a 5-time winner of the National Open, and a couple weeks ago, he passed Terry Schaefer for the all-time wins lead at Linda's Speedway. He's going to start on pole for this heat race and try to start 3rd in tonight's feature. Ross Perchak is going to have the Rocket Man from Fleetwood, former Race of Champions winner Jason Swavely on his outside. Another former Race of Champions winner, Steve Dunmeyer, going to start inside row 2. Jason Klinger alongside him. John Wagner Jr. and Toby Blumenschein going to make up the 3rd row together with Dustin Young and another former Race of Champion winner, Sean McAndrew, in row 4. Greg Robinson in the 4W and the 29J of Dan Lane Jr. going to start in row 5. And Elijah Reed in the 19R going to start at the back of heat number 3. So Ross Perchak, the all-time winner here at Lindis Speedway. He's got, though, a former track champion in Jason Swavely on his outside. Swavely had very successful years at Lanco this year in the 600 and 270 divisions. Finished runner-up in both those championship chases at Lanco this year. We are coming back to see the green flag, this time by Ross Perchak. Jason Swavely on the front row, and we are green with heat number 3. Jason Swavely trying to shut the door on Dunmeyer, and he will. Ross Perchak, though, is going to clear to the lead in turn number 1. Side by side, battling is on. Jason Klinger to the inside of Sean McAndrew. That is a battle for the 5th spot. McAndrew going to try and make it happen. Slide down in front of Klinger, and now go to work on John Wagner Jr., who runs in 4th. Perchak and Swavely, though, have gotten away. Perchak out in front. Jason Swavely running in 2nd. Steve Dunmeyer is 3rd. Then it's John Wagner Jr. and Sean McAndrew with a side-by-side battle between Toby Blumenshine and Jason Klinger going back to turn number 3. McAndrew all over the back bumper of John Wagner Jr. Caution. Dustin Young's car has come to a stop on the front stretch with what looks to be a flat tire on the 21. So yellow flag is out of heat number 3, sponsored by Viper Chassis. We're going to send it down to Burt Wojcik. He has your winner of Heat 1, Lee Reinhardt.
All right, thank you, Casey. Heat race number 1 winner, Lee Reinhardt. Lee, we talked a little bit last night. The track is definitely took a lot of moisture today, but it seems like it's going to be really fast. You expect it to widen out with the amount of cars we have here?
Yeah, I mean, the track's, it's not too bad. I mean, it's got a lot more moisture than it did yesterday, but as far as all the track's still good shape. You know, we got a pretty good car. I'm on the front row again for 2nd year in a row. I'm lucky to say that. But, yeah, we'll see what happens. Sit around now, see how the track changes, watch some racing, and see what we can do.
Second group here, Casey, the 600 heat winner. First heat winner went in to win his heat race. First 270 heat winner went on to win his heat race as well.
See what winds up happening. See if that's an omen tonight for Lee Reinhardt. Thank you, Bert. All right, here we go. Heat number 3, back to green flag conditions, and Ross Perchak going to lead us down through the corner. Try to build his gap on Jason Swavely through turns 1 and 2. Oh, Swavely's got a problem. He's slowing out of turn number 2. And is the same fate that happened to Nick Skias in Heat 1 going to happen to Jason Swavely in Heat 3? It looks like something's happened, and he's fallen all the way back. He continues to fall. He's going to go off the racetrack. Tough break for Jason Swavely. That's going to move John Wagner Jr. now into a transfer spot with Sean McAndrew and Toby Blumenshine trying to close. Now McAndrew's got problems on the front stretch, and he's not going to get off the racetrack. Caution. So that was a frantic first few laps there after the restart. Jason Swavely from 2nd with problems, and Sean McAndrew, who was really trying to work his way through the field. He started this 3rd heat race back in 8th and was making progress. He was going to challenge for a transfer spot, but it's not to be. A couple of former Race of Champions winners having issues in Heat 3, and they're going to have to head to the D and the E mains. That's going to be tough for both those drivers to get through. Now it's Ross Perchak, Steve Dunmeyer, John Wagner Jr. in transfer spots. Toby Blumenshine, Jason Klinger, Danny Lane Jr. First 3 on the outside looking in with 3 to go. Green flag back in the air. Good start from Dunmeyer behind Perchak, but Perchak able to pull away once again on the bottom. He's opened the gap to about 4 car lengths out of turn number 2. Ross, the boss, putting it on him. Coming out of turn 4 to see the twin sticks from head starter Mike Fry. A 12.184 second lap for Perchak that last time around. Fastest of the race. Just goes to show how much speed is in this track. That's only about 0.5 of a second off the quick time and time trials from last night. And Perchak just went faster than that on his 7th lap of this race, 12.107. He is flying, and he's going to fly to the checkered flag as Toby Blumenshine in turn 3 is going to get past John Wagner Jr., who had problems. He's slowing. Blumenshine is in the A main, and John Wagner Jr. with heartbreak in turn number 3, as he was going to be in a position to transfer, and then so many issues with reliability in this heat race. Sean McAndrew, Jason Swavely both have problems, and now John Wagner Jr. does as well. And now he's got a lot of work to do to try and get in tonight's National Open. Ross Perchak will advance. Steve Dunmeyer and Toby Blumenshine also locked in to tonight's A main. So 3 heats down, 5 still remain. Number 4 is going to come on to the Speedway. Ryan McAndrew is going to start on pole for this 4th heat race. He's going to have Chase Metheny in the 17X on his outside. Then Michael Keefe and Todd Russer are going to start together in row number 2 in the 12 and the 45 machines. Nathan McDowell in his first National Open will start car number 0 from the inside of row 3 with Darren Miller in the 5W on his outside. Dan Boyer and Chase Walker, a couple track regulars, going to start together on row 4. Then Jimmy Wagner and Richie Hartman going to start on row 5. Did not expect to see Richie Hartman starting back there, but time trials did not go smoothly for him one night ago. He will try to make his way through the field here tonight. Alex Lucas, the youngster from Strasbourg in his first National Open, going to start at the back of heat number 4. This 4th heat race also sponsored by Viper Chassis. We'll see who can wind up putting themselves in position to start on the outside of row number 2 for National Open 32. We talked about it last night. If you joined us on the National Racing Network or here at the Speedway, everything is so important. Time trials, heat races, because everything's heads up. There's no inversions. If you time quickest, you start on the pole of your heat race. If you win your heat race, you start on the pole of the feature if it's the first heat race. And obviously the drivers that win the heats, in this case, all going to start inside the top 8, the top 4 rows for tonight's A main. Burt Wojcik has our winner of heat number 3, Ross the Boss Perchak.
Ross, you know, we're kind of joking up here, but it's going to be kind of the hot topic here tonight. Place is fast. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, definitely fast. Track came in pretty good, honestly. From how much rain it looked like we had earlier. Track smooth, fast, and everybody's fast.
Absolutely here. He looked good, guys, here. Ross Perchak trying to go out here and get Linda's National Open win.
So we mentioned the issues for Chase Metheny. Thank you, Burt, by the way. And yes, this fast track is going to be something to keep an eye on. But the issues for Chase Metheny in warm-ups, they have not gotten his car back out here for the heat. He was slated to start from the outside of row number 1, I should say. He was going to start second. Now he is out for the time being. If they can get him back out, he'll have to be in the E main. That's going to move Michael Keefe to the outside of the front row with Russer and McDowell in row 2. Ryan McAndrew leads us to the green flag. We're racing with heat number 4. Big start from Richie Hartman further back as he's trying to work his way through the field from the inside of the back row. What a start for Richie Hartman. He's going to be side by side with Darren Miller for 5th down the backstretch. Todd Russer is going to get past Michael Keefe for the second position into turn number 1 as McAndrew tries to get away. Russer's got 2nd, Keefe running in 3rd, McDowell is 4th. Darren Miller now in the 5th spot, but Richie Hartman not going away. He'll throw it in on the inside, and they'll be side by side into turn number 1. Richie Hartman on the inside. He's going to get through, and now he'll go to work on Nathan McDowell into turn number 3. Hartman on the bottom. He is making it happen. Richie Hartman had to come through the alphabet, or try to anyway, last year in the 270s. He would really like to not have to do that again this year, and he's clearly got the speed in that Bob Miskowski number 39X. One of the drivers pulling double duty here this weekend, hoping to make both A mains, but he's kind of settled out in the 5th spot for the time being. Ryan McAndrew's got a nice lead over Todd Russer, 1.5 seconds to be exact. Russer's got a good gap over Keefe for 2nd, and Keefe has a nice gap over McDowell for 3rd with 2 to go in Heat 4. Richie Hartman going to continue to go to work on Nathan McDowell for the 4th spot. That is a big spot as well, because if Hartman can get past, he will start higher. Oh, with trouble. McAndrew's got a problem. He has come to a stop in turn number 1 on the final lap. It locked up on him. And Ryan McAndrew, the issues we've seen with some of these cars, it continues for a contender. Ryan McAndrew has come to a stop in turn number 1. He was 1 lap away from winning the 4th heat race, starting 4th in tonight's National Open. Now he is going to face a daunting task of having to come and run the alphabet. And he's not going to be the only fast car having to run the alphabet tonight. Unbelievable. That's going to move Todd Russer to the lead. Michael Keefe to 2nd. Nathan McDowell to 3rd now is the final transfer spot. Todd Russer gonna lead us back to the green and white flags. Richie Hartman right on the back bumper of Nathan McDowell into turn number 3, trying to get the transfer spot out of turn number 4. But here comes Darren Miller to the inside. It's gonna be a 3-car battle for the 3rd spot as the front 2 trying to get away. Here comes Richie Hartman down the backstretch. McDowell's gonna shut the door on him. Coming to the checker. They'll be side by side to the line. It is Hartman at the stripe. Unbelievable. By 14 1/1000ths of a second, Richie Hartman makes the National Open over Nathan McDowell through the heat race. My goodness. Todd Russer wins the heat. He'll start 4th tonight. Michael Keefe advances as well, and Richie Hartman from the back row is in National Open 32 in the 270s. Burt Wojcik is going to get a word in with our winner of the 2nd heat race, an outside pole sitter, Pat Beeler.
Pat, outside pole sitter tonight, bud. I tell you what, that's got to be no better feeling, especially with the way the track is. But is it going to widen out, you think?
Yeah, I think it's going to widen out. Once 600s get out there, they're going to probably push that cushion up a little bit. And we'll see how it goes. I mean, we struggled last night, couldn't find speed. And Daryl Dunmeyer, we put our heads together this morning. We changed it to the motor, carburetor, and pipe, and seems to work. So we'll see what happens in the feature. I feel pretty confident now, but you got to make 40 laps.
Got to make that 40 laps, guys. Exactly what he said.
Yeah, that's going to be the goal tonight for Pat Beeler, to make all 40 laps. He was dominant in last year's National Open and looked like he was going to win it in a runaway, and then the motor started laying down on him with a few laps to go. Austin Pasquarella got past. The rest is history. we have two former National Open winners on the front row for heat number 5, including the defending winner of National Open 31. It was a year ago for Austin Pasquarella. He'll start on pole for heat number 5 alongside the winner of the Winged 600 National Open back in 2016, the Mountjoy Outlaw, Jesse Maurer. And car number 2 starts in the second spot. A former track champion in Scott Gingrich starts inside row number 2 with a Lanco champion this year in the sportsman class, Brett Cronrath, on his outside, driving Anthony Yerger's number 5 machine. Frank Jarkowitz in the 48J and Cody Siegel, who looked really sporty in warm-ups earlier in the evening. He'll start from row number 3. Mickey Banas and Christy Swigert in row number 4 together with Wesley Libert and Brandon Gibble in row 5. Natalie Brannon in the K3 at her first National Open appearance, going to round out the 11-car starting lineup for heat number 5. All right, coming to the green flag, Austin Pasquarella, trying to defend his National Open championship, and he'd love to do it tonight from higher than 14th on the grid. He gets a good start into turn number 3. Oh, contact. Gingrich and Maurer got together. They keep it straight. Jesse Maurer clears for second back to turn number 1, and here comes Brett Cronrath on the outside. Oh, trouble. Turn number 2. Frank Jarkowitz and Christy Swigert spin into the corner. That looked like a chain reaction there, and Jarkowitz and Swigert nearly went off the racetrack. Christie almost hit the butt end of that wall in turn number 2. Might have got it just a little bit. We'll see how much damage there is. Frank Jarkowitz spun right into the runoff area there. It's not really designed to be a runoff area. It's where you're designed to exit the racetrack, but don't think he ever hit anything aside from the contact that he had. That was just a whole chain reaction there in turn number 2, and Frank and Christie got the worst of it. But Swigert will be able to get back going, and so too will Frank Jarkowitz, so they will tack on at the tail. That's the good news. The bad news is they have a little bit more work to do now. Wesley Libert has some damage to the top wing on that car. You can see it on the left corner of it, left rear corner of that wing. So we'll see maybe how that affects things for Libert, who will start from the inside of row 4 for this second attempt at the start. That was close there in turn 4 on that initial start. Jesse Maurer, Scott Gingrich got together. That could have gotten ugly in turn 4. It didn't. We'll see what happens this time as Pasquarella and Maurer back on the front row. Heat race number 5 for the 270, sponsored by Cup Racing. And Austin Pasquarella and Jesse Maurer going to lead us down. Take number 2 to get it started. We're green, side by side. Good start from Maurer on the outside. He's going to hang with Pasquarella back to 1 and 2. Side by side in the corner as Cronrath's going to clear for 3rd. And here comes Maurer. Oh, wheel to wheel. And Pasquarella nearly put him in the wall down the back stretch. Cronrath now going to take advantage. He'll pop by on the inside. He and Maurer side by side for second now as Pasquarella's clear to the lead. Cronrath trying to stick with Jesse Maurer, side by side, wheel to wheel in turn number 3. Maurer and Cronrath continue side by side into turn number 1. They're both advanced in the A main if they finish right there, but we talked about the difference of each position is 8 starting spots in the feature. Brett Cronrath wants that second spot, and he's not going away from the Mountjoy Outlaw as they race. Now crisscross lines. Cronrath tried the inside. Maurer shut the door on him, and now he's got second for good. Austin Pasquarella out in front by 9/10 of a second. He's got a good gap over Jesse Maurer, who now is in second. That car has had some issues, Mauer's had. They've taken it out the last couple weeks at Linda Speedway, and he's had trouble getting it through the night. It looks like they've gotten the kinks worked out this evening. He's trying to run down Austin Pasquarella. I'm not sure he's going to get there, though, with 2 to go, unless Pasquarella has a problem. And that would not be uncommon for what we've seen tonight. Frank Jarkowitz's car slowing. He's going to get off the racetrack in turn 2 and will stay green as Pasquarella sees the white flag. Final lap for the defending National Open champion. No challenge for Cronrath. He's in the last transfer spot and looking good. Austin Pasquarella to the checkered flag is going to win the heat race, heat number 5 for the 270s, and he will start 5th tonight. Mauer and Cronrath both also going to transfer. Austin Pasquarella, your winner. He's going to start 9 spots better than where he started a year ago en route to winning the National Open. We'll see what that means as he tries to go back-to-back. So we've seen a little bit of everything in the 5 heat races that we've had so far this evening. And we still have 3 more heats to go. Heat number 6 getting pushed out. The 4-wheelers will get out there, push them onto the speedway. See the results for those of you watching at home on the National Racing Network for heat number 5. Austin Pasquarella, Jesse Mauer, and Brett Cronrath all get in. Now we'll see who gets in from heat number 6. Corey Myers going to start on pole in car number 20. We know he's going to have plenty of speed tonight. And the 5R of Devin Herron, the 2019 track champion, making his National Open return, going to start from the outside of the front row. CJ Davis in the 25 and the 29 of Dakota Bartlett going to start in row 2. Brandon Heist, the 2-time wingless 600 champion, and Zach Horwat going to start in row 3. Dave Williams in the 21D and Jonah Meck in the 48 going to start together in row 4. Dallas Sanders in the 99 and Jim Barkas in the 13 going to start in row 5. And Parker Lucas in the 99P, who had problems in time trials but looked pretty sporty in warm-ups. We'll see if he can work his way through the field, a la Richie Hartman. He'll have to do it from 11th. Heat number 6, sponsored by Viper Chassis for this National Open 32, and we'll see who can take it home. 3 more spots in the dance to be locked up from this one. Corey Myers and Devin Herron starting 1 and 2. Burt Wojcik has our defending National Open champion, Austin Pasquarella, your winner of Heat 5.
Austin, last year you won this race by 1/1000th of a second. That heat race there, you had a lot more distance there. It looked like it was awfully smooth.
It felt okay, but we're still not where we want to be. The times we've been running are consistent, but we got a lot more people in front of us with faster times, so we're just going to go back to the trailer, keep working, and try to find the speed we need.
What's the track like right now? Because obviously, you know, everyone's worried about the rain that we had earlier today. What's the track like right now?
To be honest, I really like it. It seems pretty bitey. It seems fast and smooth, to be honest with you. Other than that, it seems pretty good with the rain. I really enjoyed the track prep that went on today.
Casey, back to you. Heat race number 6 on the board.
Side by side out of turn number 2. Thank you, Burt. And Corey Myers going to clear Devin Herron into turn number 3. They were nearly side by side off turn number 2. Corey's going to clear. Lead lap number 1. Battle is on. Here comes Brandon Heist to the inside of Dakota Bartlett for third. Side by side down the back stretch. Brandon Heist on the bottom. He gets through. Now he'll go to work on his teammate, Devin Herron, into turn number 1. trying to close his way in right to the back tail tank of the 5R as Corey Myers has gotten away, but Brandon Heist on the move. Coming out of turn number 4, he'll try the inside of Devin Herron, and they'll be wheel-to-wheel into turn number 1. They're going to keep it going to turn number 3. Heist on the bottom, trying to keep it pinched down there. Herron on the outside, trying to pinch him down there, keep him from getting past. They'll continue to be side by side, wheel to wheel, dead even down the back stretch into turn number 3. Devin Herron and Brandon Heist side by side, still under the flag stand with 3 to go. Brandon Heist on the inside now. He's going to try and slide up, nearly contact with Devin Herron. Looks like Heist is going to clear though. Out of turn number 4, no he won't. Herron, a big drive out of turn number 4, gonna try and stay on the high side. Heist gonna give him just a little bit of room as Corey Myers sees the white flag, but this battle for second has been awesome, and it looks like Heist may have finally taken it away. Corey Myers working his way to see the checkered flag and win heat number 6 in the 270s. Brandon Heist comes home second. He will transfer, and Devin Herron will do the same. Myers, Heist, and Herron into the A main. Heat number 7, sponsored by Viper Chassis, working out onto the Speedway right now. Craig Myers was the champion at Path Valley and Trailway, and he was the Mason-Dixon 270 champion this year as well. He starts on pole for heat number 7. He's got Shannon Slaughter from Lidditz, Pennsylvania, and the Phoenix Fire number 53S in her first National Open. Had an awesome run in time trials last night. She's going to start from the outside of the front row. JT Horwath in the 3H and the 22R of Ryan Fredericks going to start together in row number 2. Braden Spencer in the 27, and your 2-time track champion, Mike Boyer, working under the flag stand right now. He's got some work to do, but he'll start from the outside of row number 3 and try and get it done to get that 41 in the A main. Brandon Fredericks in the 11B and the 133 of Brian Borowick Jr. start in row number 4. Then it's Luke Hales and Charles Chance in row 5. So field gets ready to get lined up here. Craig Myers, beg your pardon. It's easy to get those two mixed up. He starts from pole position. Shannon Slaughter on his outside. Going to be interesting to see what unfolds in heat number 7. Lineup is good. Lights are out. Craig Myers, Shannon Slaughter on the front row, ready to start heat 7 of 8. Craig Myers leads us to the green flag. We're underway. Through on the bottom is JT Horwath. 2 position number 2, 3 wide. Further back, here comes Mike Boyer on the inside of everybody. Got around Ryan Fredericks, got around Shannon Slaughter, and now on the inside of Braden Spencer, he's through to 3rd. What a first lap for Mike Boyer. He's into the 3rd spot. He'll try to run down JT Horwath, who runs in 2nd. Craig Myers out in front. He's got a nice lead. Ooh, 1 car sideways in turn 3. That was Brandon Fredericks, kept it straight. He and Shannon Slaughter, who fell back on that initial start, going to race side by side off the corner. Slaughter slides high. Front three have gotten away. Braden Spencer trying to stay within striking distance of Mike Boyer. Brian Borowick Jr. working his way through the field. He's running in the 5th position in front of Ryan Fredericks, but has more work to do with 4 laps remaining. Craig Myers out in front, running the fastest laps of the race. No challenge for him. Looking like he's going to be in position, if everything stays together, for 2 more laps to win Heat 7 and start 7th in tonight's National Open. JT Horwat running 2nd. Mike Boyer, don't know if he's going to be able to reel him in. He's about a 2nd behind, but he's got about a 2nd more. Back to Braden Spencer as Craig Myers sees the white flag. Final lap of Heat 7. Working his way down the backstretch one final time. Craig Myers gonna see the checkered flag and win Heat number 7. That's where he'll start tonight's 32nd National Open. JT Horwat comes home 2nd, and Mike Boyer from 6th to 3rd. He will transfer through to tonight's A main. So it's Craig Myers, JT Horwat, and Mike Boyer who transfer through. Well, just like that, we have one more heat race remaining on the evening. Heat number 8 getting pushed out, going to come on to the Speedway right now. 3 more spots in the National Open still up for grabs. Pete Skias is going to start from pole position, a 4-time winner this year, having his best season certainly in years, maybe ever here at Linda's Speedway. Finished 2nd in the championship this season, did Pistol Pete. He's got Andrew Dietrich in the Haldeman Ford, number 88D on his outside. Dietrich picked up a win at Lanco earlier this year. Nunzi Alagurci is a 2-time winner here this season, and he starts from the inside of row number 2 with Glenn Mockamer on his outside in the 112. He was the 270 champ at Greenwood Valley. Another Greenwood Valley competitor, Marsha Labuda, going to start from the inside of row number 3 with Linda's Speedway regular in the Mount Gretna Roller Rink number 11. Brian Heist on his outside. Ronald Helmick in the 21H and the N8 of Nate Gibble start together in row number 4 with Rick Francis, the Lime Rock champ, and Brock Whistler in the 96 starting in the back row. So final heat race of the night. Following this, we're going to get the 600s on the track for the first time tonight. They'll have their hot lap sessions. And then we will start with the Alphabet Soup on a little chilly October evening at the Linda Speedway. That is going to be entertaining without a doubt when we start with the E-Main in the 270s. But who's going to start 8th? Who's going to start 16th? And who's going to start 24th in National Open 32 for the 270s? That's what we're just a few minutes away from finding out. Pete Skias and Andrew Dietrich going to start together on row number 1. And here they go to the start zone. And we are green with heat number 8. Pete Skias gets away to the lead, but here comes Dietrich, crosses him back over. They'll be side by side into turn number 1. Andrew Dietrich on the inside, gonna try and swipe the lead from Pete Skias into turn number 3, and he's done it. Andrew Dietrich out in front. That was a classic over-under move from Andrew Dietrich to get through to the lead. He, Pete Skias, and Nunzi Allegrucci all on a freight train into turn number 3. Andrew Dietrich out in front, 2 car lengths over Pete Skias, another 4 or so back to Nunzi Allegrucci. As they work their way out of turn number 4, Glenn Mockimer trying to keep pace, but doesn't quite have the pace to stay with Allegrucci, Skias, or Dietrich. Coming back to see the cross flags this time by Andrew Dietrich out in front. Pete Skias running second. Nunzi Allegrucci third. Glenn Mockimer in fourth. Ronald Helmick in fifth. Those are the first 2 cars on the outside looking in. Coming back to see 3 laps to go. Andrew Dietrich continuing to fly around this speedway. Pete Skias is not far off him on the time charts, but he can't get any closer either. Marshall Labuta's car is ailing. He's a little off the pace. Rick Francis already dropped out of the race. Brock Whistler did not start it. They will come to Marshall Labuta and put him a lap down as Andrew Dietrich sees the white flag. Final lap of heat number 8. Look out, he's got to get under Labuta cleanly, and he will. Out of turn number 2, he's going to be home free to the checkered flag. Andrew Dietrich wins heat number 8 for the 270 National Open. Pete Skias gets second. Probably won't be satisfied with that, though, after starting on the pole. And Nunzi Allegrucci comes home third. He will transfer through as well. So that's going to do it for the heat racing action in the 270s. We have our top 24 starters all in order. And those final 6 positions now in both the 600s and 270s going to be left to the alphabet soup. 600 warm-ups coming to the Speedway next. Want to thank all of you who have come out to the Speedway this evening. We know it's going to be a late night, but I promise you it is going to be well worth it by the end of the evening. And for all of you watching it at home on the National Racing Network, we hope you've grabbed your popcorn, something to drink. We thank all of you who are tuning in at home on the National Racing Network YouTube channel. Like, give us a share with your buddies, share with your friends. If you're interested in what you've seen, send it to them and see how much they enjoy it, because I promise you, it is going to be heart racing by the end of the evening.
Tonight's presentation of the 34th Annual Linda Speedway National Open here on the National Racing Network is presented by On the Hide Apparel, a clothing brand created by 600 driver Connor Sheffield. With a portion of proceeds going to benefit medical cannabis research, your purchase helps drive progress in the fight against a variety of medical issues. Find out more information at onthehighsideapparel.com or visit Connor and the On the High Side team in the pit area this weekend here at Linda Speedway. Use the offer code LINDAS at checkout to get 20% off your order through October 17th.
If there's one thing every car guy hates, it's cleaning the garage. Do you want to take most of the time and hassle out of that job? Then call Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Agnes and her crew will have your garage, shop, basement, or even your porch looking great all the time. With unique patterns and designs, plus the ability to incorporate your logo or any artwork, Your space will never have looked better. Installation is done in 1 day, guaranteed, and Zone Garage offers a 20-year warranty on the top coat. Their coatings are durable, anti-slipped, and impact resistant. Give them a call at 570-856-6067. That's 570-856-6067 for Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey.
All right, Bert Wojcik is standing by with our winner of heat race number 6. That is Corey Myers. Bert, take it away.
All right, Casey, we got heat race number 6 winner Corey Myers up here with us. And Corey, what have you guys done different with the cars here tonight? It's a lot different than when you guys qualified last night here.
Actually not too much difference. Track's a little heavy right now. I think it will widen out as the night goes on with the E's and the D's and the C's. Just some shocks and wheels, and now it's just time to prep for the A main. It's long 40 laps. You just got to be there lap 40 at the end. So it's a long race. Just keep your nose clean, and just hopefully at the end we'll be there with a shot to cross the line in first.
Absolutely. Then we'll grab Craig Myers up here as well. Craig, what can you learn being out front so much? I know you guys aren't racing really in lap traffic or anything like that, trying to see what the car will do in dirty air, but you're learning a little bit in clean air here. But I know you got to start back at least in 7th spot here tonight in the National Open.
Yeah, just over the process. See if your car gets tight. Mine started getting a little tight there towards the end. Just try to make some adjustments. The track looks like it's going to stay pretty heavy all night. Hopefully it widens up so there's more racing room than just around the bottom. Other than that, just try to hit smooth lines every lap and see where it takes you.
See where it takes them, guys. All you can say about it, you got to wait what the track will do the rest of the night.
That's pretty much all you can do, Bert. Thanks for catching up with both Corey and Craig. Just see what the racetrack does as the night goes on, and those two certainly know how to adjust for adapting track conditions.
this night.
Oh, yeah. That seems like you can run anywhere on the track, and that makes it really fun for us drivers. If you can run anywhere, that's not just a one-groove track. You got 2-3 grooves. It makes it a lot more fun for us.
Todd Russer, the only guy not to win from the front row up here, Casey. He's going to be starting fourth in the National Open.
Thank you, Bert. That was Todd Russer, and yeah, he had that heat race victory after the issues on the final lap for Ryan McAndrew. He's going to start fourth tonight. Big-time opportunity for Todd Russer in the 45. All right, so what's better on a somewhat chilly mid-October night than some nice warm alphabet soup? That's what we're about to get into here for National Open 32. We're ready to start the E-Main for the 270s. Your lineup for the E-Main, top 4 qualify, 14 cars in it, and boy, there's some cars we did not expect to see in this E-Main in it here tonight. It happens every year, but we're still pretty surprised to see it. Corey Staley and the 270 champ at Shellhammers, Alex Rhinesmith on the front row. Jason Swavely and Ryan McAndrew starting together on row 2. We saw their issues in the heat races. That's where they will line up. Natalie Brandon in the K3 and the 13 of Jim Barkus going to start together on row number 3. Charles Chance in the 58 and Brock Whistler in the 96 slated to start in row 4. Nick Skias in the 16P. Big surprise there. He's got some work to do to try and keep going in the National Open. He'll start in row 5 alongside Lonnie McConaughey. Dustin Young, Chase Metheny start in row 6. Frank Jarkowitz, Jonah Meck in row 7. So Nick Skias is in a different car than the one he competed in. They've switched to the backup car for this E-Main. He will retain his 8th starting position. Looks like we've got 10 cars out there. No Brock Whistler. I think he went home early this evening. Chase Metheny had his issues. Frank Jarkowitz as well. And Jonah Meck, they appear to be out of the National Open as well. So we are ready to go and ready to rock with the E-Main. Top 4 qualify. Top 4 to the feature. Here we go, ready to get things kicked off. The alphabet soup begins for National Open 32. No, it doesn't. That one's coming back. Well, I think every row but the front row went there. We'll try it again and put Corey Staley and Alex Rhinesmith back on row number 1. Hopefully a much cleaner start this time. Let's give it one more go. 10 laps the distance. Staley and Rhinesmith on row 1. Here we go. We are green with the E-Main. Alex Rhinesmith clears into turn number 3. Here comes Swavely through the middle. McAndrew around the outside. He's going to have the lead. Here comes Nick Skias. Shot out of a cannon. He's through to second. That 16P is flying into turn number 3. McAndrew, Skias, Swavely, and Rhinesmith, your top four after one lap, and a hectic one at that. Not too surprising to see those four work their way to the front. Now the question is, can they stay there? And can anyone else on the outside looking in try to work their way into the A main, or to the D main, to keep their A main hopes alive? Jason Swavely going to work on the inside, and Nick Skias, that's for second as they race out of turn number 4. One car slowing on the back stretch. It's a 27C of Lonnie McConaughey. Caution is out. So Lonnie McConaughey comes to a stop. Puts us under the yellow with 3 down and 7 to go. Lights are out. Ready to get back to action. 7 to go in the E main. Top 4 to the D, which will be 15 laps in length for the 270s. Green flag back to waving. Alex Rhinesmith tried the inside. Jason Swavely as they got a little stacked up there into turn number 3. Front 3 once again get away. Rhinesmith trying to hang on to that 4th spot as the battle's on between Charles Chance and Corey Staley. Coming out of turn number 2, Staley's going to hang on to that position. Ooh, Jason Swavely's got more problems. That car's braking into turn 1. And the 270 National Open hopes are going to come to an end for the Rocket Man from Fleetwood. Jason Swavely out of the running. Corey Staley into the transfer spot. Now in front of Charles Chance in the 58 and Dustin Young in the 21. Alex Rhinesmith not getting too far away from that group out in front either. The front 2 have checked out. They're gone. One more car slowing in turn 3. That is Jim Barkus. Going to try and get out of harm's way. It's a 4-car freight train. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th into turns 3 and 4. Going to be the battle for the transfer spot between Chance and Staley into turns 1 and 2. Coming back to see 2 laps remaining. Ryan McAndrew, Nick Skias are gone. If they keep running, they'll be fine. The battle's going to be on from 3rd on back. Corey Staley and Charles Chance, 4th and 5th. I don't think Chance is going to be close enough to capitalize unless Staley has a bobble. Coming to the white flag, final lap for them. Ryan McAndrew midway down the backstretch, going to work his way to turns 3 and 4. He's going to win the D main. Ryan McAndrew moves on. Nick Skias joins him. Alex Rhinesmith and Corey Staley will advance. Charles Chance, Dustin Young, Natalie Brannon, Jim Barkus, Jason Swavely, and Lonnie McConaughey all go home. Ryan McAndrew, Nick Skias, Alex Rhinesmith, Corey Staley head to the D main. And a tough break for Charles Chance, coming just 1 spot short of qualifying. We do want to wish a happy birthday, though, to her daughter, Jasmine, who is turning 13 tonight. I know it would have been nice if Charles' National Open run could have gone just a little bit longer, but still want to wish a happy birthday to Jasmine. Happy 13th birthday to her on this evening. And thanks for coming up to the National Open at Linda Speedway. Going to take just a few minute break to let those drivers who were in the E-Main have an opportunity to make a few little tune-ups to their car for the D-Main, see if they can drive their way through. And no doubt, Ryan McAndrew, Nick Skias, 2 guys that are going to have a shot to do so. Maybe Alex Rhinesmith and Corey Staley can run the alphabet as well.
for Swavely to be breaking early in this, having a terrible night here. One of the big first soup surprises we're seeing here. And there's some good battle shaping up here for the last transfer spot there in that first E main. It looks like we're going to get the second or the first D main out here. And could we have a soup runner here? I think we might have a chance at seeing somebody run the soup, especially. 1 second here. Especially Ryan McAndrew. He has a shot, I think, to run the soup. He was dominating his heat race early and then broke. So I think Ryan McAndrew might be your best shot at going out and running the soup here tonight.
Yes, certainly, Bert. I think if you give me 2 picks, I think the obvious ones are Ryan McAndrew, who we talked about was the 4th fastest timer, was a lap away from winning that heat race. Going to have to try and come from the back of the D now. And also Nick Skias as well, champion at Lanco this year in the 270s, driving for Randy Schaefer and the Schaefer family. Had a really great season driving that 16P at Bridgeport, winning the Poker Series Championship. He's a former track champion here. He's won the National Open. He's won the Race of Champions. He knows how to get around this place. If there's 2 guys that can run the soup, you can't pick too many better than Ryan McAndrew and Nick Skias. But tough break. And as you said, Jason Swavely, an early soup surprise. We thought he could be a potential A-main contender, and he's out of it now in the 270. While we have a little break, want to shout out our weekly sponsors and supporters here at the Linda's Speedway. First, we want to start with our food, which is always provided at the truck out behind the grandstand by Fair Food Express. Want to thank them for providing the concessions here at the Speedway. Also want to thank all of our other sponsors and supporters here at the Linda's Speedway. Hoosier Tire, Mid-Atlantic and Precise Racing Products, Seidel Hyundai, Hyper Racing, NSS Property Services, Appalachian Auto, Mount Gretna Roller Rink, Steve and Karen Kerstetter, Amy's Photos, Mike Knappenberger and the Race Chasers, and Kim's Creations. Without the support of our weekly sponsors and partners, we could not do what we do for 6 months during the summer and into the fall at the Linda Speedway, including put on the National Open and put on great racing for you fans all weekend across multiple different divisions here at the Linda Speedway. So we thank all of our sponsors for all of their support and continued support throughout the season. This is going to be a 20-car D main, and once again, only the top 4 advance. Here is what your lineup looks like for the D main. Matt Fernsler gonna start from pole position. He's going to have Jeff Weaver in the 92 on his outside. That is row 1. Elijah Reed in the 19R, the 3W and Jimmy Wagner going to start together on row number 2. Wagner had heat race heartbreak. He's trying to rebound. Actually, it was John Wagner Jr., I believe. One of the Wagners that had issues. I'm trying to remember which one off the top of my head. Either way, Jimmy trying to work his way through in this D main. Christy Swigert, Dallas Sanders, they'll start together on row 3. Luke Hales and Marshall Labuda going to start in row number 4. Jamie Flickinger, Tommy Rink going to start in row 5. Sean McAndrew, the former Race of Champions winner, and Alex Lucas start together on row 6. Wesley Libert and Parker Lucas, spelled conventionally, will start on row number 7, with Shannon Slaughter and Rick Francis on row number 8. And then your transfer cars from the E-Main, Ryan McAndrew, Nick Skias, Alex Rhinesmith, and Corey Staley. Can they get from the back 2 rows to the top 4? About to find out. 15 laps to do so. So we'll see if everybody first can make it out for the D-Main, but it is a loaded field. 20 cars and some legitimate contenders in it. Still guys that have a lot of work to do. Matt Fernsler, a regular here at Linda's Speedway, also a regular at Lanco in the 125 4-stroke division. He had a breakout year in that class this year, winning 4 times. Had a very solid season racing 270s here at Linda's. I believe finished 5th in points. And Jeff Weaver swept the 270 and 600 championships at Clinton County Speedway, so he's certainly capable, and he's going to start from the outside of the front row. Still working to get everybody pushed out onto the speedway. Still looks like we're missing 3 cars from the speedway. Make it 2 as they're pushing Marshall Labuta's car back. Sean McAndrew and Rick Francis are the 2 cars that we're missing. So not sure if they'll be able to answer the call or not. If they're done, we'll have 18 cars for 15 laps and 4 spots. Getting Marshall Labuda into his correct starting position, and as soon as they do that, we're ready to rock. Doesn't look like McAndrew or Francis will answer the call, so 18 cars is the lineup for the D-Main. And obligatorily, we got to keep an eye on those 4 cars coming from the back to see if anyone can run the alphabet from the E-Main. Ryan McAndrew, Nick Skias, Alex Rhinesmith, and Corey Staley on the back 2 rows. 18 cars the lineup, 15 laps for the D-Main of the 270s. Matt Fernsler, Jeff Weaver lead us to the green flag. The D-Main is green. And Jeff Weaver got the better start on. He got the jump on Matt Fernsler. Coming out of turn number 4, Jeff Weaver to the lead. Here comes Dallas Sanders on the outside, rocketing his way through to second. And Nick Ski is further back, shot out of a cannon. Look at him on the top of turn number 3. He might have overcooked it a little bit there into turn number 3 as he was trying to get around Tommy Rink. They are 3 wide in front of him. And here they come, back to turns 3 and 4. Jeff Weaver, Dallas Sanders, 1 and 2. Back to turns 1 and 2. Matt Fernzler running in third. Jimmy Wagner is fourth. Marshall Labuda is fifth. And here comes Nick Skias to the inside of Elijah Reed for the sixth spot. He's got that position, but Reed's not going away quietly. And here comes Ryan McAndrew right behind him. Nick Skias on the high side, gonna get around Reed now for good. Into turn number 3, battle is on for the lead. Jeff Weaver, Dallas Sanders back to 1 and 2. Sanders on the inside, racing to the bottom, trying to take the lead away. So many battles to watch on this racetrack, it's hard to pick just one. Marshall Labuda and Jimmy Wagner battling for the transfer spot as Sanders and Weaver are wheel to wheel, and now Sanders clears out of turn number 2. Weaver gives him a shot to the back bumper in turns number 3. He's going to work his way out of turn 4. Dallas Sanders, Jeff Weaver, 1 and 2. Matt Fernzler, Jimmy Wagner, 3 and 4. Marshall Labuda and Ryan McAndrew has worked his way past Nick Skias. He's running 6th. Dallas Sanders back to turns 1 and 2. Jeff Weaver, Matt Fernzler, Jimmy Wagner, Marshall Labuda, your top 5. Labuda running a car length behind Wagner into turns 3 and 4. He made the A-main last year, flipped and crashed out on the first lap. Labuda's trying to keep his hopes alive, and caution is out. Nick Skias has come to a stop on the front stretch. He had driven up to as high as 6th, fallen to 7th, but for the 2010 National Open winner, it looks like it's over for Nick Skias in the 270s. So they're going to push Nick Skias' car off the racetrack. And that might be another soup surprise. We did not expect Nick Skias to not be part of this National Open field tonight in the A-main. But that's going to do it for the 16P. But Ryan McAndrew trying to run the soup here at Linda's Speedway. Won the E-main. Now up to 6th in the D. Caution might have been just what he needed to get himself back in the running with 8 down and 7 to go. Oh no, now he's stopped in turn 1. Ryan McAndrew's come to a stop. His car now with an issue. And it looks like perhaps they did not get everything fixed on Ryan McAndrew's number 25. And his soup run looks to be over. So Ryan McAndrew is going to see his night come to an end. By the looks of it, tough break. Was trying to run the soup and had a chance at it. He put himself in position, but not going to happen tonight. Ryan McAndrew, the 2010 Race of Champions winner, out of it now. Tough break. So he's done. It's Dallas Sanders, Jeff Weaver, Matt Fernzler, Jimmy Wagner, your top 4. Marshall Labuda running 5th. Elijah Reed is 6th. Those are the first 2 on the outside looking in. And Parker Lucas, who started this B main in the 14th spot, he's worked his way up. Now he's got a good start in turns 3 and 4. He's going to get around Reed. He's going to try to get around Labuda. He's going to get around Wagner. What a start from Parker Lucas. Parker Lucas to the 4th spot as they race out of turn number 2. An unbelievable start from the 99P. Might get Parker Lucas at least into the C main as Sanders and Weaver have gotten away. Matt Fernzler runs 3rd. Parker Lucas is 4th. Marshall Labuda now in the 5th spot as Jimmy Wagner's fallen back. 5 laps to go in the D main. Parker Lucas holds down the final transfer spot in his first National Open, trying to make it a memorable one. He's going to go to work on Matt Fernsler for the third spot. Fernsler could be in jeopardy now as they race nose to tail down the backstretch. Here comes Lucas. Oh, he tried to send it in there. Couldn't do it. Fernsler shut the door on him. And Marshall Labuda is not letting him get out of striking distance with Luke Hales running in the 6th spot, but a good ways back. It's going to be Lucas and Labuda to settle it, most likely, with 2 to go. 2 laps remaining. No challenge for Dallas Sanders out in front. Elijah Reed's car slowing. He's trying to get out of the way. Final lap of the D main. Marshall Labuda right there trying to close in on Parker Lucas. He's got to run back to turn number 3, but Lucas gonna hold him off. Checkered flag for Dallas Sanders. He wins the D. Weaver, Fernsler, and Lucas move on as Parker Lucas holds off Marshall Labuda. He got an outstanding restart. So Dallas Sanders, Jeff Weaver, Matt Fernsler, and Parker Lucas move on to the D main, or C main, I should say. Marshall Labuda, Luke Hales, Jimmy Wagner, Tommy Rink, Alex Reinsmith, Alex Lucas, Christy Swigert, Jamie Flickinger, Wesley Libert, Corey Staley, Shannon Slaughter, Elijah Reed, Ryan McAndrew, and Nick Skias are the cars going home after that D main. So the 600C main is up next. That one is going to be 15 laps in length. That'll be the first alphabet soup opportunity for the 600s. Top 4 go to the B main. So 3 cars did not make the trip back for day number 2. Tim Horney, Jason Muldowney, and Hunter McFadden all had issues last night and are out. So we've got 15 cars for 15 laps for the C main, and the top 4 go to the B. Jeff Sechrist and Jeff Weaver going to start together on row number 1. Then Olivia Hayworth and Jared Lilly going to start on row 2 together. The youngster Jackson White and Brian Kramer in the 71 will start in row 3. Dan Baer and Jacob Benenwald will start together in row number 4. Then it's Brandon Nicholas in the 23N and the 22A. That's Adriana Delaponte completing your top 10. Joe Marie Gagne, the Blanket Hill champion, and Evan Knopf making his first National Open appearance will start in row 6. John Adams in the 11A and the 24 of Logan Road will start on row 7. And Kenny Beinhauer in the 25, who had a runner-up finish earlier this season in a Wing 600 race, he'll start from the back of this C main in 15th. Burt Wojcik, what do you got for me? We'll try to get a word in with Burt Wojcik just a little bit later. We're also missing the pole car, Jeff Sechrist. He is not back, so looks like we are going to have 14 cars. That's going to move Weaver and Hayworth to the front row. Lilly and White to row 2. Kramer Bear on row 3. Begenwald and Nicholas to row 4. Delaponte Gagne, row 5. Knopf Adams, row 6. Rode Beinhauer, row 7. So they're getting everybody crisscrossed over here for this C main. We'll now alternate the rest of the night between 600 and 270 competition. The C main for the 270s is going to be up next. And here we go. 1 to go signal from head starter Mike Fry. Jeff Weaver and Olivia Hayworth start on the front row for the C main. And here we go. Jeff Weaver, Olivia Hayworth lead us down. We are racing in the 600 C main. Coming back to the green flag, and Olivia Hayworth around the outside, gonna have the lead back to turn number 1. Hayworth, a 600 rookie at Airport, got a win earlier this year, rocketing her way to the front in front of the Clinton County champ, Jeff Weaver. Jackson Lucas running in 3rd. Daniel Baer now up to 4th in front of Brian Kramer. And Oklahoma, Jared Lilly running in 6th. Olivia Hayworth is your leader coming out of turn number 4. She's gotten clear. Front 2 have pulled away nicely. It's White running in 3rd. Then Baer in 4th, and Kramer trying to chase his way in. Brian Kramer, would be a little surprising to not see him transfer through the C main. He got a wing 600 win here about a month ago. Pretty solid with the wingless stuff as well, but he's trying to run down Daniel Baer in that Stollard, the number 29, working into turn number 3. Hayworth and Weaver are gone. No challenge for them out in front for the time being. Jackson White comfortably in front of Daniel Baer, about 4 car lengths the gap. Brian Kramer, 2 car lengths behind. Jared Lilly, another 3 back. Baer running a little higher line, opening the door for Kramer, who's running down closer to the inside of the Speedway. Back to turns 1 and 2. Brian Kramer going to work, trying to close in on the back tail tank of Daniel Baer's number 29. Jared Lilly not going away either. He's working that 18J right to the back bumper of Kramer. It's about to be a 3-car battle for the transfer spot coming into turn number 3. Daniel Baer on the high side, Brian Kramer in the middle, Jared Lilly on the bottom, coming out of turn number 4. 8 laps to go in the C main. Brian Kramer going to work, trying to peek to the inside, get just enough drive to try and make something happen with Daniel Baer. Those 3 have pulled away from 7th place John Adams. Unless we get a caution, it's going to be these 3 for the final transfer spot. Coming to see 6 to go. 80 Delaponte slowing on the backstretch. She'll keep it going. We'll stay green. No issues there. The 4th, 5th, and 6th runners trying to hang on. And Kramer and Lilly trying to close in with 5 to go. Brian Kramer's right there. He just can't get close enough to make a move. Catching's one thing, passing's another. Kramer knows that all too well. He's trying to get past Daniel Baer, but can't do it for the time being. They've pulled away from Jared Lilly now by about 3 car lengths. That is the battle for the transfer spot. Hayworth, Weaver, White, all safe at the front for now. With 3 laps to go. But keep an eye on Baer and Kramer. That's the transfer spot battle into the B main. 2 laps to go. Brian Kramer knows he's got to change something up. He gets a good run out on turn number 2. He's going to pull right to the back bumper of Baer into turn 3. He's going to have 2 more sets of corners to negotiate with. He got off turn 4 good that time. He'll try back to 1 and 2 to go to work. Backs up the corner, trying to get a good run off. It's going to be down to the wire in turns 3 and 4. Kramer's not going to be able to get there as Olivia Hayworth wins the C main. Daniel Baer hangs on to the final transfer spot. So it's Olivia Hayworth, Jeff Weaver, Jackson White, and Daniel Baer moving to the back of the B main. Brian Kramer, Jared Lilly, John Adams, Kenny Beinhauer, Logan Road, Brandon Nicholas, Jacob Begenwald, Evan Knopf, Adriana Delaponte, Joe Marie Gagne, all gonna head home. And now the 270C main gonna be on to the Speedway next.
Let's try this again. Casey, just wanted to give you a little heads up here. Before that C main took place here, Dan Bear came up to me, he yelled up to me, he said, "Hey, Bert, I feel like I got a good car to run some soup tonight." And he did just that. He said it's going to take a good start, and he did the exact thing he had to do there to go and get in there. And what a battle he had to hold off to get in to hold that fourth and final transfer spot. But he told me that if he does do a soup run tonight, we're all invited over to his place for a big soup cook-off on Wednesday night, apparently.
Well, this is the hard part now for him, Bert. He was able to make his way from 6th to 4th to transfer, but now he's going to have to make his way from 20th, I believe, to the top 5 to transfer through to tonight's A main. We'll see. Hey, I want some soup too, so I'll be rooting for Daniel Bear as he tries to make his way through the field. We'll see who can get it done, though. That's coming after this 270C main.
Casey, another thing here is going to be, what does Jeff Weaver have, too? He's going to be running 3 straight races now with the 92 car. It just finished up on the 270, just got done winning the 600 B main. So he's going to start in the back of this C main here for the 270s. Could he be getting a little bit tired? Is there going to be a little bit of fatigue here? You know, it's not like in Tulsa or something like that where, you know, it's say Chili Bowl time. You get a little bit of break in between here. There's no breaks here. You got to go one after another after another. It's really of a test of endurance here as well.
Well, yeah, Jeff Weaver, I'm sure, is kind of used to that, running at Clinton County, the champion at both the 270 and 600 divisions there at the Speedway. So he's used to pulling double duty, but yeah, I can imagine it's got to get tough on him. He's going to start this C main from the 18th spot. Your lineup is like this. Tyler Reinhardt and Brandon Crockford are the front row. Then it's Greg Robinson and Dan Boyer starting in row number 2. Brandon Gibble and Zach Horwath start together on row 3. Ryan Fredericks, Brian Heist are row number 4. The 77 of Ben Stoles and the 83F of Sean Freeland start in row 5. That's John Wagner Jr. and Chase Walker in row 6. Mickey Banas and Dave Williams start together in row 7. Brandon Fredericks and Nate Gibble in row 8. And then your transfer cars from the D main, Dallas Sanders, Jeff Weaver, Matt Fernsler, and Parker Lucas at the back. So, field coming out onto the Speedway. One guy I know to keep an eye on here is Dan Boyer, of course, brother of 2-time track champion Mike Boyer. And Dan probably had his best season to date, at least in recent memory, this past year at the Linda Speedway. Had an excellent season, a lot of consistency, 4th in the points. In fact, I think he could, I'll check this, I think he could fall back on a provisional now tonight. I believe that Boyer, Skias, and Heist have all advanced. So Dan Boyer would be in position now to take the provisional if he does not qualify his way in, and I think that's what he's looking to do. So Dan Boyer, I think, knows he has a provisional, so he's going to lag at the back here, just get some practice run, and he'll start 30th in tonight's National Open. That means everybody else has to race their way in now. No provisional opportunity for Matt Fernsler or anybody else. Tyler Reinhardt, Brandon Crockford start from row number 1. Coming down to the green flag. Tyler Reinhardt leads us to the green. We're racing in the 270C main. Whoa, look at that, battling all the way through the field, nearly 4 wide, coming out of turn number 2. Oh, one car nearly up and over in turn 4. That was Ryan Fredericks, who got turned the wrong way, somehow kept it straight, and somehow, look at this gaggle of cars, we're still green. Unbelievable. Oh, now they're going to wad him up. Maybe, no. Fredericks keeps it straight. Unreal. Everybody under a blanket trying to work their way through. That's about from 6th or 7th on back. As now Tyler Reinhardt, Brandon Crockford, Brian Heist, and Ben Stolz have all gotten away. That's your top 4. Oh, trouble for Sean Freeland. He is going to stop in turn 2. He was running 5th before his issues. And caution is out. Oh my goodness. That was a frantic start to the 270C main. Burt Wojcik, what you got for me?
AC, I don't know how they didn't wreck 3 or 4 times in that 3 laps there. That was insane. Who says you can't race on a heavy, wet racetrack? 3 and 4 wide to start this C main. This is incredible.
I was right with you. I am in awe of how they did not wad it up there. Just unbelievable. It speaks to the talent of these drivers to drive through the field like that. And I'll tell you what, there were some guys that really did a nice job working their way through. I mean, you talked about Burt, you talked about Jeff Weaver. He had a good start. He's worked his way up past quite a few cars. So too did Dallas Sanders in the 99. So we're talking about this soup run. Keep an eye on Dallas Sanders in the 99 and the 92 of Jeff Weaver trying to run from the D and get into the B main. So, everybody else getting into single file lineup. First car on the outside looking in is Brandon Gibble in the 11G now. Started in 4th. Ryan Fredericks, after his near miss on lap 1, has rebounded to the 6th spot. Race officials just working to get the order into the correct positions. Tim Bort's up here doing the honors of getting everybody into the right position for this restart. One to go signal has been given from head starter Mike Fry. 3 down, 12 to go. Tyler Reinhart, Brandon Crockford, Brian Heist, and Ben Stoles. Your top 4 that would transfer to the B main for right now. So Tyler Reinhart going to lead us down to the green flag. We're racing with the C main. Back to green. Brandon Crockford trying to stay with him as they race out of turn number 4 down to 1 and 2. Ryan Fredericks working to the inside of Brandon Gibble. That's for 5th. He throws enough in there. Fredericks has the spot, and now he is 1 away, but those front 4 are getting away. Back to turns 1 and 2. Ben Stoles trying the inside of Brian Heist. Heist hangs on for now. Racing out of turn number 4. Those front 4 have all gotten away nicely, battling on side by side further back. Dave Williams around the outside of John Wagner Jr. and Dallas Sanders trying to work his way through the field. That 99 is fast. If someone's going to make a soup run from the D, it could be Dallas Sanders. He's up to 9th. He's got 3 cars directly in front of him with 9 laps to go. But Tyler Reinhart, Brandon Crockford, Brian Heist, and Ben Stoles have all gotten away. Ryan Fredericks to the inside now comes Zach Horwath for the 6th spot on Brandon Gibble. Davey Williams right there with them. They'll be side by side and wheel to wheel to turn number 3. Dallas Sanders waiting in the wings. He'll try the inside of both of them now off the corner as they blow past Gibble into turn 1. Gibble's car might have a problem. He is losing some speed out of turn number 2. And John Wagner Jr. issues in the heat race, issues in the C main. Oh, trouble turn number 3. So Wagner was pulling off the racetrack out of the race, and trouble for Parker Lucas and the 11B of Brandon Fredericks. Fredericks went around in turn number 3, trying to avoid the incident. I think Lucas and Chase Walker may have been the 2 that got together at the start of that. And Lucas and Fredericks wind up getting the worst of it.
Casey, as we're watching out here, keep my eye on Dallas Sanders here. He is having a tremendous run. He needed this yellow in the worst way possible to try and get up there. He just got up, what are we in here? Up into, I believe, the 8th position right now. So he's still got a little bit to go yet. But Dallas Sanders, as you said in your comments there, he's going to be the one to make a super run here. But Jeff Weaver's only 2 spots behind him.
Yeah, neither driver's out of this thing for sure. Dallas Sanders in the 8th spot, driving the car that has usually been driven by Brandon Heist this year, so we know it's got speed in it, and Dallas has shown what he can do tonight. He had to run the alphabet last year in the 270s and had a pretty nasty flip, I remember, back in turns 1 and 2. I forget which main that was in, but either way, looks like tonight's National Open going a little bit better for Dallas Sanders. And that Mount Gretna roller rink number 99, driving from Lebanon, Pennsylvania, trying to work his way into the B main from the D. Doesn't always happen that a driver can make their way through. I remember last year, Mike Skias worked his way from the D to the B. Can Dallas Sanders be the one to do it in 2021? Or maybe even, yes, Jeff Weaver. He's not out of it yet either. Running 10th. Coming back to C, 6 laps to go. Time to settle it for the B main. Tyler Reinhardt, Brandon Crockford, Brian Heiss, Ben Stoles, your top four. Green flag back in the air. Here comes Brian Heiss to the inside. He blows past Crockford for the second spot. Ben Stoles right there with him. Dallas Sanders for the back on the inside. Trouble. Turn number 2. The Gibbles got together. Nate and Brandon got tangled up in turn 2. Both fall to the back, but we stay green. Here comes Ben Stoles to the inside of Crockford, who is fading. And Ryan Fredericks not out of this thing either. Crockford coming back on Stoles, though, down the back stretch. And they'll be side by side. Crockford throws it in there. Stoles back on the bottom. And here they go. Oh, Heiss has a problem. Down the front stretch, that car looked to lose power for a second. Oh, I think it's laying down on him or something. Not sure. Ryan Fredericks really closed the gap to him into turn number 3. Heiss trying to hang on. That car does not appear to be completely up to speed. Fredericks around the outside. Horwath, and here comes Sanders. Up to 6 now as Heiss is broken. He's going to try to get into the infield, maybe with 2 laps to go. So now Ryan Fredericks in the last transfer spot. He's got 6 car lengths over Zach Horwath and Dallas Sanders coming to the white. Final lap for Tyler Reinhardt out in front. Ben Stoles in second. Brandon Crockford in third. And Ryan Fredericks in fourth. If they all stay together, they're going to go to the B main as Tyler Reinhardt wins the C main. And he'll bring Stoles, Crockford, and Fredericks with him across the finish line to win and transfer in to tonight's B main. And unfortunately for Dallas Sanders, the soup run ends in the C. He came 2 spots short of transferring to the B main. Jeff Weaver came only 4 spots short, with Matt Fernsler directly behind. Good runs for them. Tyler Reinhardt, Ben Stoles, Brandon Crockford, Ryan Fredericks move on. Zach Horwath, Dallas Sanders, Dave Williams, Jeff Weaver, Matt Fernsler, Chase Walker, Nate Gibble, Greg Robinson, Brandon Gibble, Mickey Bennis, Brian Heiss, Parker Lucas, John Wagner Jr., Brandon Fredericks, and Sean Freeland. Woo! They are all done for the night, unfortunately. Dan Boyer will get the provisional spot that goes to the highest driver in points not to qualify through. That's something that Linda's Speedway does in both classes, the 600s and the 270s. Is a good little showing of loyalty to those who are loyal to the Speedway throughout the course of the season. They give the 30th and final spot in the feature to the highest driver in the season-long point standings that do not qualify in. So as we mentioned, Dan Boyer 4th in points, the top 3 already locked in. So Boyer will take that 30th and final starting spot in tonight's A main. But who are going to start 25th through 29th, that's what's still to be decided in the 270s and in the 600s for that matter. So A main practice is up next for the 270s and 600s. All the cars that are locked into the A main are eligible to come out. So the 24 cars that are advanced in will get some hot laps in, get a chance to keep things heated up a little bit, keep tuning on the setup. And then the next time we'll see these drivers are in National Open 32. For those of you at the track and those of you at home, we'll step aside, let you watch for yourself. If anything important happens, we'll let you know about it. But otherwise, sit back, grab some popcorn, take a little break. We will too. And we'll be back with the B main for the 600s.
Tonight's presentation of the 32nd Annual Linda Speedway National Open is presented by On the High Side Apparel, a clothing brand created by 600 driver Connor Sheffield. With a portion of proceeds going to benefit medical cannabis research, your purchase helps drive progress in the fight against a variety of medical issues. Find out more information at onthehighsideapparel.com or visit Connor and the On the High Side team in the pit area this weekend here at Linda's Speedway. Use the offer code LINDAS at checkout to get 20% off your order through October 17th.
Okay, we are ready to go with the B main. Ready to rock. 16 cars is the field, and the top 5 head to the A main. Here is the lineup. The high-sider, Bradley Brown from New Providence, Pennsylvania, going to start from pole position alongside the 2014 National Open winner, Jay Hartman, in the 24H. The 24W of Zach Weisenfluh is going to start from the inside of row number 2 with Preston Latimus in the 10M on his outside. Mason Peters and Adam Bichelle going to start together in row number 3. Then it's Tyler Henry in the 56 and the Mullet Man, Dakota Bartlett, starting in row 4. Zach Beeler, who just got married this past weekend, will start from the inside of row number 5. He's got Fred Hindley on his outside. Then you've got your transfer cars from the C main, Olivia Hayworth and Jeff Weaver on row 6, Jackson White and Dan Baer on row 7, and Michael Knopf is going to start from the tail of the field for this B main. Knopf is behind the wheel of the car that Evan Knopf was driving earlier in the evening, so he will head to the back. And Brandon Heist is going to fall back on the provisional. So that means that the 2021 two-time track champ is going to start tonight's National Open in 30th. I think he's going to come out and run a lap or two maybe, but he's figured not much to gain, was going to start in 10th, so why risk tearing anything up? He's going to just start from the back of tonight's National Open, fall back on the points provisional as the champion. But that means that all these other drivers got to go. There's no more provisionals up for grabs. I don't see Zach Beeler out here either, so looks like we'll have 14 cars for 5 spots, 20 laps. Last chance to get in the 600 National Open, the B main. You look through this B main, and this is something we always talk about. The B main lineups on National Open weekend are looking reminiscent to what an A main lineup would look like at most local tracks throughout the area on a regular Friday or Saturday night. That's just the talent level that's in this field. The other translation to that, a lot of good cars are going home without a chance to race in National Open 32 for the 600s. So, who is gonna move on? Can anybody run the soup is the question from the C main. Olivia Hayworth going to have the best chance starting furthest up in the field in 10th. Going to go one more lap here, I think, before we see the green flag, as they'll come back to the one-to-go signal. Brandon Heist will tack onto the tail, run maybe a lap or two, and then be content with starting 30th in tonight's National Open. The rest of the lineup is set, though. Here we go. 20 laps. Last chance to dance in the 600 National Open at Linda's Speedway. Bradley Brown, Jay Hartman on the front row. Top 5 to the A main. Here we go. Ready to rock for 20 laps. Bradley Brown leads us down. We're green. Whoa, Brown had a big moment, got everybody stacked up on the bottom. Fred Hindley got the worst of it, and Hartman's away to the lead. Michael Knopf's car's off the pace further back. In the meantime, racing on at the head of the pack. Adam Bichelle around the outside, and caution. Michael Knopf was not able to get that car all the way out of the racetrack and out of the way, so caution is out, and he's kind of stuck it there in the infield, the heavily saturated infield. Tough break for Michael Knopf, who was the track champion at Hamlin Speedway this year. Had a win, I believe, at Action Track USA earlier this season. Barry Angstadt can confirm or deny that. He's run here a couple times at Linda's this season, has had some good runs, had some good showings during Speed Week as well, but looks like that his night is going to be over. By the way, since I'm not sure how many more quiet moments we'll get on the evening, do want to go through the Race Chasing Awards one more time. Top 5 in the feature tonight, the 600s will get $50 prizes from JPA Masonry, Groff Motorsports, the National Racing Network, Hummer Motorsports, and Mike Knappenberger Photos. We'll have some special awards as well. The last car running in the feature will get $50 from JPA Masonry. First car out of the feature gets $50 from Groff Motorsports. Highest female finisher gets $50 from the National Racing Network. And the high flyer gets $25 from Keegan Simmons Photos. 4 lucky draw awards for $25. 2 awards from the National Racing Network and 2 from the Race Chasing Sticker Fund. Here we go, back to the green flag. Let's get it back started. It's a complete restart, so Bradley Brown's going to get another shot from the pole as they race out of turn number 4. Much cleaner start that time for the high-sider into turns 1 and 2, but Jay Hartman not going away quietly, and here comes Preston Latimus around the outside to third. 3 wide in the middle. Mason Peters going for the transfer spot on Adam Bushell. He's got it. Back to 1 and 2. Mason Peters in the 5th spot. Bushell not going away. Weisenflue gets past Latimus. That stacked him up a little bit. Now here comes Peters and the Mullet Man, Dakota Bartlett, to the party as he runs outside of Bartlett. He's up to 6th. Racing alongside Adam Bushell. Bartlett will clear. Latimus got bottled up. Here comes Bartlett to the inside. That is for 5th. Back to turns 1 and 2 this time by as they're side by side. Preston Latimus trying to hang on. And he will for the time being over Dakota Bartlett. Front 4 have gotten away pretty cleanly out in front. Here comes Bartlett to the bottom, though. Battle's going to be on for the 5th and final transfer spot in the A-Main. Still 16 laps to go. Latimus on the outside, Bartlett on the inside. Side by side off the corner with Bushell, Henry, Hayworth, White, all waiting in the wings trying to pounce. Still side by side. Latimus not going away on the top. Oh, a little bit of contact there between he and Bartlett as they race out of turn number 4. That's going to allow Latimus to clear. Adam Bushell not going away. Bartlett got a great drive off turn 2. Gives a shot to the back tail tank of Preston Latimus into turn number 3. But Latimus holds him off. 13 to go. 7 down in this B main. Bartlett trying to get a good run off of the corner. Back to turns 3 and 4, they will race. He is not going away quietly. Bushell is right there. Tyler Henry, Olivia Hayworth still waiting in the wings. Hayworth's going to have a peek to the inside of Henry into turn 3. That's a few spots outside of where they got to be. Preston Latimus still hanging on. Nearly won a feature here a couple weeks ago. That just goes to show how competitive this field is. Dakota Bartlett has won a feature here this year, and they're racing for the final transfer spot in the National Open with 10 down and 10 to go in the B main. Here comes Bartlett back to the inside. Latimus holds him off on the high side, using that momentum to his advantage. You're not missing anything up front. Bradley Brown is gone. Jay Hartman is gone. Zach Weisenflue, Mason Peters comfortably in front. This is the battle for the last spot, the 29th starting spot in the A-Main. Latimus, Bartlett, Bushell, nose to tail have gapped themselves now from Henry, Hayworth, and White. Back to turns 1 and 2. Bartlett taking another peek back to the bottom. Latimus holds him off for the time being. Turn number 3 where they're racing through right now, and Dakota Bartlett is starting to run out of time, and Bushell is not letting him get away. Pressure is on from the back bumper of the car number 54. Adam Bushell trying to spoil the party for both of them as he runs 7th right now with 6 to go. Dakota Bartlett working his way out of turn number 2, trailing behind Preston Latimus. Latimus trying to hold on. Can Bartlett do anything with him? Latimus now pulls out by about a car length. Bartlett tries to close it back into turn number 1. Slides a little high, though. That's going to allow Latimus to open the gap and open the door for Michelle to try and get past. Side by side for 6th. Dakota Bartlett working his way into turns 1 and 2. But still trying to get in. 3 laps to go. It's going to be these 3 to settle it. And Bartlett and Bichelle might have to get physical. Here comes Bartlett. Another shot to the back bumper. Pushing Latimus off into the corner. Preston Latimus and Dakota Bartlett gonna scrap it up for the last transfer spot in the National Open. Side by side, down the back straightaway. That's the battle into turn number 3. Wheel to wheel, they squeeze each other out of turn number 4. White flag, final lap. 3 cars under a blanket into 1 and 2. Bartlett's clear. Latimus trying to come back at him. Checkered flag for Bradley Brown, but this is the battle. Bartlett's gonna get the spot on the last lap and hang on. Dakota Bartlett gets in. My goodness. Wow. That was fantastic. And Dakota Bartlett makes it happen on the final lap to get in. Bradley Brown, Jay Hartman, Zach Weisenflue, Mason Peters, Dakota Bartlett are in. Brandon Heist gets the provisional, and Preston Latimus, Adam Bichelle, Tyler Henry, Olivia Hayworth, Jackson White, Fred Heinley, Daniel Baer, Jeff Weaver, and Michael Knopf all go home without getting a chance to race in National Open 32. So Dakota Bartlett just did it once, and now he's going to have to do it again in the 270s. He's in this next B main.
Casey, that was some intense, wild action towards the end of that 600B main. I tell you what, I hope this whole National Open is just like that. That was incredible racing, and it just goes to show how good the track prep, the crew did, Mike Batts, Mike Fry, what they did this entire track back to where it needs to be for tonight.
Yeah, that was outstanding. I mean, you really can't ask for anything more than that. It was nose to tail. It was wheel to wheel. It was bumper to bumper. It was a clean battle, and it was outstanding between Dakota Bartlett and Preston Latimus. Let's hope the 270 lives up to it. Do want to go over the race chasing awards for the 270 while it's still quiet. Top 5 in the feature will get $50 prizes from JPA Masonry, Groff Motorsports, the National Racing Network, Hummer Motorsports, and Mike Knappenberger Photos. Special awards going to go to the last car running in the feature. $50 from TJ's Guns and Ammo. First out of the feature going to get $50 from Mike Knappenberger Photos. The highest finishing car in the feature, $50 from National Racing Network. And the high flyer gets $25 from Neil Bortz. Lucky Draw Awards, 2 of them to the National Racing Network, $25 a piece, and $25 prizes, 2 of them from the Race Chasing Sticker Fund. Thank you to Mike Knappenberger, the Race Chasers, for all you do for local racers throughout the course of the season, and best of luck to all those drivers tonight and throughout the remainder of their 2021 campaigns. Final preliminary of the weekend. The B main for the 270s, it looks like this. It's 20 cars in length, 20 laps the distance. And here's how the lineup will go. Stevie Darren going to start from pole position in the 19X. He'll have Noah Warguinness in the 7 on his outside. Jason Klinger in the 88J and Nathan McDowell in the 0 will start in row 2. Then it's Scott Gingrich and Dakota Bartlett, who just transferred in that last B main. Going to try to do it again. He'll start on the outside of row 3. Braden Spencer and Glenn Mockimer, a couple Greenwood Valley regulars, start on row 4. Harrington teammates start on row 5. Billy Logeman on the inside, Justin Harrington on the outside. Danny Lane Jr. and Darren Miller roll off together from row number 6. Cody Siegel and CJ Davis are in row 7. Brian Borowick and Ronald Helmick in row 8. And then your transfer cars from the C main, Tyler Reinhart, Ben Stoles in row 9. Brandon Crockford, Ryan Fredericks in row 10. All right, going to come back to lights out, this time by, for the B main for the 270s, Stevie Dare and Noah Warguinness going to start on the front row, top 5 to the A. Provisional's already been taken, so that's not up for grabs. It's the top 5 finishers, and that's it, that are going to fill spots 25 through 29 in National Open 32. Stevie Darren, Noah Warguinness on the front row. Here we go. Coming to the green flag, 20 laps in distance. We're racing with the B main in the 270s. Good start from Warguinness. He gets away back to turns 1 and 2, but Darren back on the inside. Gonna race him side by side off the corner. Wheel to wheel down the backstretch as the racing is hot and heavy further back. Battle for the transfer spot is on. Mockimer and Gingrich side by side. Gingrich going to slide up and clear. Mockimer not done with him yet, though. Going to throw it back in on the bottom. That's going to be the race for the transfer spot. Dakota Bartlett, Justin Harrington, Cody Siegel, and Billy Logeman all trying to work their way up further back as Warguinness and Darren have gotten away. Nathan McDowell runs 3rd. Jason Klinger 4th. Scott Gingrich 5th. And Glenn Mockimer, first car on the outside, looking in the 6th spot. Dakota Bartlett running in the 7th position, trying to make magic happen once again, but needs a little more help. The Harrington car side by side for 9th further back. Billy Logeman slides by Justin Harrington. Still work to do for them, though. Front 3 have all gotten away pretty nicely with 4 down and 16 to go. Jason Klinger holding off Scott Gingrich, the former track champion, and Gingrich has a pretty good gap back to Mockimer. And Dakota Bartlett, 6th and 7th. Singled out for the time being, but we still got a long way to go. 14 laps in the B main still remain. Battle is going to be on. Ooh, Gingrich might have hit a bump or a rut or something. Slid up the racetrack in turn number 4. Lost about 2 car lengths of his gap over Mockimer. Trying to open it back up now as he races out of the 4th corner. Cody Siegel running directly behind Dakota Bartlett. Gets a little bit loose. He's running in the 8th spot and quickly running out of time. Oh, caution. Billy Logeman's car has come to a stop. And CJ Davis's car also ailing into turn number 1. Tough break for Billy Logeman in the 76B. He was a guy we thought might be a contender for this National Open this year, but it looks like his run is going to be over. He is going to be out of the going by the looks of it. Tough break for Billy Logeman. Lights are out. We'll come back to the green flag this time by. Your lineup is Noah Guinness, Stevie Darren, Nathan McDowell, Jason Klinger, Scott Gingrich. Your top 5, they're in. Mockimer Bartlett, first 2 on the outside looking in. Green flag in the air. 9 down, 11 to go. Oh, Scott Gingrich is already putting the pressure on Jason Klinger back to turns 1 and 2 as the front 3 able to get away here just a little bit. Gingrich slides up just a bit. Cody Siegel on the inside as Bartlett falls back on the restart. He lost the spot to Siegel and to Stoles, and here comes Mockimer to the inside of Scott Gingrich. That's for the transfer spot. Gingrich's car may be fading. Here comes Ben Stoles, nearly 3 wide. Siegel had to get out of it, or that would have been a wreck. In turn number 4, what a move by Ben Stoles, and now trouble from Nathan McDowell. His car slowing. He gets off the racetrack. His first National Open going to come to an end in heartbreaking fashion as he was in the transfer spot. Now it's Stoles in 5th in front of Gingrich, and Braden Spencer not going away. He's putting the pressure on Gingrich as they race out of turn number 2. Racing nose to tail for the 6th spot. Spencer knows he's got to go. Going to work to the inside of the Gingrich's garage. Number 8 with 7 to go. Try to claim that spot off the corner. He will. Spencer through to the 6th position. Now can he run down Ben Stoles? That is the question. A couple regulars at Greenwood Valley going to settle it for the last transfer spot in National Open 32. Ben Stoles in front of Braden Spencer. 5 and 6 is the front 4, all clean, all green, no issues for them. Where Guinness continues to lead. He's got a big gap over the transfer spot with 4 to go. I don't know if Spencer's going to get there. It's going to be close. Racing off of turn number 4. This time by they will, and Stoles on the bottom with 3 laps remaining. Oh, Spencer's braking. That car has an issue. He's slowing to the stop. Caution with 3 to go. And that's big. That's going to give all the drivers behind Ben Stoles one last opportunity. And Ben Stoles is trying to run the soup. He transferred through from the C. Can he make it to the A main?
Casey, again, we are in for an incredible battle in the closing laps of this 270 National Open. The final 5 spots to get in to tonight's event. And again, it's wild. It seems like, though, the top 4 and 5 have broken away a little bit more tonight, or in the 270s, than what they did in the 600s. But behind them, it has just been absolutely insane racing. A lot of good racing. We got to see what Scott Gingrich can do. Can he get around Ben Stoles in these last 3 laps here as Mike Fry gives him the 1 to go?
We're about to find out, Burt Wojcik. Let's see. Ben Stoles trying to run the soup. Came from the C. Tyler Reinhardt also came from the C. He's up to 7th. Does he have something to say over these last 3 laps? Or can the wily veteran Scott Gingrich do anything? Back to the green flag. 3 to go. Wergenis leads Darren, Klinger, Mockimer, and Stoles. Battles on for the lead at the head of the field, but those drivers both into the A main. Ben Stoles has a 3-car length lead over Scott Gingrich into turn 3. Side by side, Tyler Reinhardt and Cody Siegel racing for 7th. That's not going to cut it, though. Down the back straightaway, Ben Stoles might try to get a little bit of breathing room in. Go to work on Glenn Mockimer coming out of turn number 4 as Mike Fry shows him the 1-to-go signal. Final lap of the B main. I don't know if Gingrich is going to be close enough to the checkered flag. Noah Wergenis wins the B main. He's into the A main, and Ben Stoles gets the last transfer spot to advance. So Noah Wergenis, Stevie Darren, Jason Klinger, Glenn Mockimer, and Ben Stoles get the final spots in tonight's A main. Scott Gingrich, Tyler Reinhardt, Cody Siegel, Dakota Bartlett, Darren Miller, Ryan Fredericks, Brandon Crockford, Brian Borowick Jr., Ronald Helmick, Braden Spencer, Justin Harrington, Nathan McDowell, Danny Lane Jr., Billy Logeman, and C.J. Davis, all done for the evening. Just like that, we have our final 30 ready to rock for the 40-lap A main National Opens. Does sound like we'll have a little bit of track prep here before our 40-lap features.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Chris or Bizzle, anyone got a copy?
We got you, Bert. What do you have for us?
All right. Thank you very much, Casey. Ben Stoltz, you made it in. You're the only one to run the alphabet soup to make it in tonight. Congratulations, buddy. You're in the National Open.
Thank you. Yeah, it's always difficult coming here when there's such a stout field of 90-plus cars, and we kind of missed it Friday night, and we just worked hard overnight, and it was a tough battle to the front.
What's the track like right now? I mean, I know it's going to change after the 600s are out there. You guys are going to be the second feature, but still, I mean, it's got to be a little bit better than what you guys expected. I know on a rainy night, normally it's not this good of a racetrack, though.
Yeah, for tonight, I thought it was a really good track. It's definitely has some passing and really good, not bumpy at all. I got to give credit to Michael Botts for getting the track ran in good tonight.
Any changes for the A main?
We'll probably tweak on a few things, and I mean, it's pretty good how it is, but there's always room for an improvement.
Ben, nice run, buddy, and hopefully be talking to you after the A main.
Thank you.
You got Ben Stoltz. Casey, I tell you what, that was a lot of fun to watch, and I'm going to go see if I can get Dakota Bartlett, because that was a lot more fun to watch in the 600s.
Yeah, both of those are pretty fun to watch. Bert, feel free to hop in if you get Dakota Bartlett. Yeah, I think we'd like to get a word in with the Mullet Man himself after that great last lap move to get past Preston Latimus. For those of you who are watching at home on the National Racing Network, feel free to like, share with your friends. This is the time to do it. If you want to get it out, if you've enjoyed what you've seen tonight, send it to them now because it's A-Main time. Send us supers chats, memberships. You can PayPal or Venmo the National Racing Network some money if you're so inclined to donate as appreciation for our coverage here of the National Open at Linda's Speedway, free to you race fans, so that we could put it on, give you a showcase of some of the best micro sprint racing in the country. We've got some lap sponsor awards tonight in both the 600 and 270 National Opens. Lap 1 in the 600, sponsored by Groff Motorsports. Lap 5, Good Luck Logan Road. Lap 10, Groff Motorsports. Lap 15, M&S Warner Trucking. Lap 20, McFadden Motorsports. Lap 25, Good Luck to all from Neil Bortz. Lap 30, Groff Motorsports. Lap 35, Good Luck to all from Neil Bortz. And lap 40 from Groff Motorsports as well. The 270 Micro Sprint lap sponsors. Lap 1, Good Luck to all from Neil Bortz. Lap 5, Good Luck Logan Road. Lap 6, Good Luck McAndrews Motorsports from Dash Osmer Racing. Lap 10, Good Luck Mike Boyer from Marion Rod. Lap 15, Good Luck to all drivers. Lap 20, Tim Bortz. Lap 25, Good Luck to all from Neil Bortz. Lap 30, Good Luck Mike Boyer from Marty and Rod. Lap 35, sponsored by Tim Bortz. And Lap 40, sponsored by Tim Bortz. We have $20 hard luck awards in both classes, courtesy of the four-wheeler crew. A hard charger award in each class, $20 from Dove Family Racing. Best appearing car in the 600s from Mike Rice Trucking, $20. And best appearing car from Jay Built and Jeff Hafke, $20 in the 270s. Long haul awards in the 600s from Groff Motorsports, $20 for that. $20 long haul award in the four-wheeler crew, from the four-wheeler crew in the 270s. And loyalty awards in each class, $20 from Barry Hare. Our weather all weekend on the National Racing Network has been sponsored by DeWeather. Also want to thank On the High Side Apparel for all their sponsorship this weekend. They will be sponsoring Victory Lane tonight at the National Open for both the 600s and the 270s. And if you've liked what you've seen tonight on the National Racing Network, we'd like to announce to you and once again provide the Battle at the Bull Ring at Airport Speedway, the 100 lapper at Airport Speedway in Newcastle, Delaware, the 4th annual edition of that race. You'll get to see it live on the National Racing Network. November 6th, 2021 is the date. So if you've liked what you've seen tonight and you want to turn into more of what we've done on the National Racing Network, the Battle at the Bull Ring, 100 lapper, that's coming November 6th, beg your pardon, at the Airport Speedway. But we've got the National Open to take care of first tonight at Linda's. Before we send it down to Burt Wojcik for tonight's grid walk for the 600s, as the 600s getting ready to come out onto the Speedway, I want to take you back through some of the National Open history. Of course, this race started back in 1990 at Linda's Speedway. It was a 270 race first, and it was won by Judy Bates back in 1990. To this date, she is still the only female driver to ever win the National Open at Linda's Speedway. She won the very first one back in 1990. 270s were here by themselves from 1990 to 1996. In 1997, the 600s were added. Mike Dicely won the first 5 600 National Opens from 97 to 2001. Other winners of this race, Tim Loog in 2002, Brett Shanley in 2003. Mike Dicely won it 3 more times. He's an 8-time winner of this race in total, 2004, 2008, and 2013. Brett Shanley won it again in 2006 to go with his 2003 victory in this race. Pete Skias got the job done in 2005. It was Mike Rutherford winning the National Open in 2007, Luke Thomas in 2009, Brock Zierfoss went back-to-back in 2010 and 2011, Ryan Smith did it in 2012, Jay Hartman in 2014, Brian Carber 2015. We ran a winged-wingless doubleheader in 2016. Jesse Maurer won the winged version, Kyle Spence the wingless, Garrett Barr did it in 2017, Hayden Miller 2018, Timmy Buckwalter 2019, and Brendan Bright took the win in last year's National Open. This is the 26th total National Open for the 600s. 25th year they've been a part of this race. let's send it down to Burt Wojcik for tonight's grid walk before the 600 National Open.
All right, thank you very much, Casey. Here, of course, right on the pole will be Alex Rupert, Jarrett Kunkel, and we'll go over and get a word with Ryan Groff real quick because we were going to try and get to him last night. We had some problems here. Ryan, rolling off third here tonight, bud. Can we do it here? A lot of stiff competitions, but the track's a lot better than what I think a lot of people thought it was going to be.
Yeah, the track's looking pretty good tonight, and we're just going to come out here and see what we can do.
All right, buddy, good luck. Ryan Groff rolling off in the third spot here. Then we'll slide back here. Let's go get the guy right behind him, Timmy Buckwalter. Timmy, you couldn't run this race last year, but obviously you won the race the year before. Can we make it 2 out of the last 3 years here tonight?
We'll see what we can. Track's a little tricky to pass on. Starting 7th, 40 laps, long race. We'll see what we can do.
All right, buddy, good luck to you. Timmy Buckwalter rolling off here. Rolling off here in the 7th spot here. We'll take a walk back here. And let's take a walk over here. We'll grab, see here, it says I look through the field. Let's grab Ryan Kunkel. Ryan, starting a little bit deep in the field here tonight, bud, but a long way to go. 40 laps, a lot of time around this place.
Yeah, just got to take our time, work our way through the field, and hopefully some things fall our way. Get up here to the front.
All right, buddy, good luck to you there. Ryan Kunkel rolling off in the 16th spot here as we make our way through here. We'll move over here. We'll grab Nick Sikas. Nick, Carl, you know, you're starting a little bit further back than what I think you wanted to, bud, but still, 40 laps, I just said to Ryan, it's a long way around here.
Yeah, we got 40 laps. You got to be patient early. Make sure you don't get into something early. But the key here is get as far as I can. And, you know, I'm just happy to be here.
All right, buddy. Hey, good luck, even though Dallas sucks. All right, as we make our way around here, we'll grab Kyle Lick real quick here. Kyle's starting deep in the field, bud. It's a long way to go, though. Do we have enough here in this car here?
Yeah, we're just happy we locked in last night. And, you know, 40 laps, anything can happen. So we're starting pretty deep, but the rain helped with the track, and hopefully we can put on a show.
All right, buddy. Good luck to you here. And we'll run back here. Actually, before we go, Chris, see if we can't get Dakota Bartlett here with that awesome run into B main. Dakota, you made it absolutely spectacular to make it into this field here tonight, but you got a long way to go here. I know you want that B main was awesome, but can you come down from that adrenaline and kind of keep yourself psyched up here for this 40 lap and maybe make something happen to get your way to the front?
Anything's possible. It's a lot of cars, but we'll see what we can do.
All right, buddy, good luck to you. The mullet man, Dakota Bartlett, rolling off here, got into the feature in the 29th spot here. And ladies and gentlemen, that is your field for the 32nd annual 600 Wingless National Open.
Thank you, Bert, for an awesome grid walk. Let's take you through tonight's starting lineup for National Open 32. Starting in 30th, he is a two-time track champion here at Linda's Speedway, driving the Mount Gretna roller rink, number 99 from Jonestown, Pennsylvania. Give it up for Brandon Heist. Starting 29th in the Haas Automotive, number 54 from Shoemakersville, Pennsylvania. They call him the Mullet Man, Dakota Bartlett. Starting 28th in the 98P. Give it up for Mason Peters. Starting 27th, another Greenwood Valley regular, driving the 24W. That is Zach Weisenflue. Starting in 26th, driving car number 24H. He won this race back in 2014, Jay Hartman. Starting in the 25th position, he hails from New Providence, Pennsylvania, driving the reanimated art and tattoo studio number 23, the Highsider Bradley Brown. Starting 24th in the Sycamore Hill RV 600cc Performance number 11Z from Lehighton, Pennsylvania, Kyle Lick. Starting 23rd in the Harshman Racing Engines number 163 from Myersville, Maryland, Jeremy Harshman. Starting 22nd from Rising Sun, Maryland in the CPG Graphics Racing Rehab number 14G, Steven Snyder Jr. Starting 21st from Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania in the JPA Masonry number 88J, it's the Big Show, Joey Amantia. Starting 20th in the EK Services Incorporated, number 21 from Dillsburg, Pennsylvania, Mason Beinhauer. Starting 19th in the Hammer Down Engines, number 42U, he hails out of Denver, PA, Tyler Ulrich. Starting 18th tonight in the Groff Motorsports Weinolds Poultry, number 7 from Wernersville, it's Nick Skias. Starting 17th in the Groff Motorsports number 5G in his farewell tour from Manheim, Pennsylvania, Heath Hanley. Starting 16th in the Well-Built Homes number 61 from Fleetwood, Pennsylvania, that's Ryan Kunkel. Starting in 15th from Deptford, New Jersey, he was the 2021 Hyper Racing 600 Speed Week champion in the Hyper Racing Fauci Driver Development number 17M, Christian Bruno. Starting in 14th in the Mark Gray's Automotive number 39 from Reading, Pennsylvania, he was the Shellhammers champion, Richie the Kid Hartman. Starting in 13th from Fleetwood, Pennsylvania, they call him the Rocket Man. In the McCoy's Outdoor Solutions RTS TSL Shocks number 14, Jason Swavely. Starting in 12th, driving the Residential Mortgage Services with Melinda Trent, number 11H, from Landisville, Pennsylvania, Holden Ekman. Starting in 11th, in the White's Mechanical, number 6W, he hails from Scranton, Pennsylvania, it's Colin White. And now, your top 10 starters for National Open 32. Driving the Dove Family Racing number 3D, from Annville, Pennsylvania, Sean Dove. Starting in 9th in the Yuri Tile and Terrazzo number 66, he hails from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, it's Billy Koch. Starting in 8th, a 6-time winner here this season in the 600cc Performance Hammer Down Engines Keller Contracting number 41, the kid from Manchester, Pennsylvania, Logan Rumsey. Starting in 7th in the 600cc Performance TSL Shocks number 71T from Douglasville, Pennsylvania. Couldn't run it last year, but won it in 2019, the Wheelmaster General, Timmy Buckwalter. Starting in 6th, driving the S&S Golf Carts number 2S, he hails from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. Give it up for Garrett Smith. Starting in the 5th position, driving the Stinger Race Fuels number 3. He won the Wing National Open in 2016. He's a 2-time Wing 600 champion. He's the Mountjoy Outlaw. Give it up for Jesse Maurer. Starting in the 4th position, he hails from Slatington, Pennsylvania. He won the Skyscraper 2 weeks ago in the Sheffield Racing Project Big number 42B, the Icon, Pat Beeler. Starting in 3rd, behind the wheel, the Penstro Leasing Utility Trailers number 03 from Manheim, Pennsylvania, Ryan Groff. And your front row for National Open 32 in the 600s, in the Well-Built Homes, number 61K, the Kutztown Kid, Jared Kunkel. And starting from the pole, he was the quick timer yesterday. He outdueled Timmy Buckwalter to win the pole. He's 15 years old from Lewisberry, Pennsylvania, in the Dryden number 5, your pole sitter, Alex Rupert. Race fans, that is your field for National Open 32 in the 600s. And now, help me out with those most famous words in all of motorsports. I'll count you down from 3, 2, 1. Drivers, start your engines. Race fans, the best of the best are four abreast at Linda's Speedway. Give it up for your 600 starting lineup for National Open 32. And here we go. Ready to rock. National Open 32. Field is doubled up. Alex Rupert. He went to bed last night knowing that he would start on the pole for the biggest race of his life. 15 years old. From Lewisberry, Pennsylvania, who would be one of the youngest, if not the youngest, winners of the National Open in the race's history. But can he do it? He had a chance to win here a couple weeks ago. Lost the race, crashing in lap traffic. The win went to Logan Rumsey on that night. Jared Kunkel, the Kutztown kid, finished second so many times this year at Lanco, looking to try and get a huge victory tonight. Ryan Groff, inside row 2. Pat Beeler looking to double up after winning the Skyscraper. 1 to go signal has been given. Race fans, this is what you've been waiting for. It's just past midnight on the East Coast, but it's National Open time at Linda's Speedway. So, sit back, relax, and enjoy National Open 32 at the Linda Speedway. Alex Rupert leads lap number 1, and he's gotten away nicely over Jared Kunkel. Pat Beeler's worked his way into the 3rd spot. Ryan Groff running in 4th. Jesse Maurer in 5th. But Rupert, by 4 car lengths, leads back to turn number 1. He is flying. Garrett Smith running in the 6th spot. Logan Rumsey's gotten around Timmy Buckwalter for 7th. Everybody, for the most part, has held serve for the time being. Back to turns 1 and 2. Alex Rupert just flying in front of this field. He's 3/10 faster than the field. Back to turns 3 and 4. But he's got the clean air as well, and he won't have that forever. This 40-lap National Open can run clean and green all the way to the checkers. No fuel stop is necessary, and Alex Rupert sure would love to stay green, at least for now, before he can hit lap traffic. Oh, one car's upside down, backstretch. It's Dakota Bartlett going for a gigantic ride in turn 3. Dakota Bartlett is awake. He is alert over there. He is talking to the people that are over there. He is awake and alert. That's the update we have from turn number 3, and that is the best news. Certainly went for a wild ride into turn number 3 and probably a little bit shaken up, but he is talking to the personnel over there, and I'm trying to see, but he is awake and alert. The EMTs and the track crew do such a great job here at Linda Speedway getting out to these drivers as soon as possible after their incidents. Dakota Bartlett is walking back to the ambulance. He is walking back. He's out of the car. He is okay. Bert, what do you got for us?
All right, guys, yeah, back here on the back straightaway, look at the video with Jimmy Murdoch here, and Dakota flipped at least 8 or 9 times. Looks like from the video, caught the wall by about the second to last red light that's back here on the back straightaway, and it just snap rolled from there end over end. But, again, good news. Dakota's out of the car. He walked back. A little bit of help from the EMTs here, but that's the great news of all this case. He is walking back to the pit area.
That's the best thing you can hope for. We were lucky to not really have any major incidents this weekend so far until that one. I only caught the end of it. I can't speculate. Obviously, it sounds like Jim Murdoch down there in the infield did catch the whole thing, and makes sense as he was racing near the back of the field in traffic and went for a ride. But as we mentioned, as we said, he was able to get out of the car, needed a little bit of help from the EMTs, but he was walking back to the ambulance. They will check him out. And that is the best news of all. They've gotten that car back on the flatbed. We are under the red flag. Alex Rupert had checked out. I mean, that's an understatement. He was 1.78 seconds in front of Jared Kunkel through 5 laps. Pat Beeler got up to 3rd. Ryan Groff 4th. Jesse Maurer 5th. Garrett Smith 6th. Logan Rumsey 7th. Timmy Buckwalter 8th. Colin White 9th. Sean Dove 10th. Jason Swavely runs 11th. Holden Ekman is 12th. Billy Koch is 13th. Richie Hartman is 14th. Heath Hanley is 15th. Running 16th is Christian Bruno. 17th is Steven Snyder Jr. Nick Skias is running 18th. Mason Beinhauer is 19th. Ryan Kunkel is 20th. Joey Amantia is 21st. Tyler Ulrich is 22nd. Kyle Lick runs 23rd. Bradley Brown is 24th. Jay Hartman is 25th. Jeremy Harshman runs in 26th. Zach Weisenflew is running in the 27th position. Mason Peters is 28th. Brandon Heist is 29th. And now Dakota Bartlett, the first car out of the race. He will get credited with a 30th place finish here this evening. But the best news is he is okay. Race control working to get the lineup all into order here from the back of the field. But Alex Rupert had as good of a start as he could have asked for. And the question's going to be, I mean, can he do what Brendan Bright did last year? And remember, we heard yesterday Mike Batts, and we saw Brendan Bright in victory lane. He is the crew chief on this car. And remember, last year, Brendan Bright, he was the fast timer, won the heat, started on the pole, led all 40 laps to win the National Open. So can Alex Rupert, with Brendan Bright turning the wrenches, do it this year? That's the question. We will go double file for this restart. Pat Beeler made the inroad to the 3rd spot. And the lineup appears to be in order. And with that, lights are out. 1 to go signal has been given. 5 laps complete. 35 still to run. We got a long way to go, guys. Alex Rupert's been dominant through the first 5 laps. But this thing is far, far, far from over. It's Rupert and Kunkel back on row 1 for the restart. And here we go. Green flag in the air. We're racing. And a great start again from Rupert. Here comes Brian Groff on the outside of Pat Beeler. That's the battle for the 3rd spot. Jesse Maurer peeking to the bottom. And Logan Rumsey around the outside with a big restart. He got around Garrett Smith. He'll go to work on Jesse Maurer. He's bringing Colin White with him. Here comes Colin White to the inside. White drove his way from 6th to 3rd last year. He is sliding to the inside to get past Rumsey. He's up to 6th. Huge restart from the driver from Scranton, who nearly won the Speedway title this year. He's had a great past couple years racing micros. He was the action track champ a year ago, and he's trying to carve his way through. Side by side, Pat Beeler, Ryan Groff race to turn 3, Jesse Maurer directly behind as the front 2 have gotten away. Pat Beeler on the inside, Jesse Maurer looking for any little bit of racing room he can find. He might try the middle down the back stretch. He gets around the outside of Pat Beeler back to turns 3 and 4. Up to the 4th spot is the Mountjoy Outlaw, Jesse Maurer. Colin White in 6th, Logan Rumsey. Oh, trouble front stretch. Huge pile up front stretch. Jeremy Harshman's upside down and a huge pile up. There are about 7 cars under there. Harshman went up and over slowly. We're going to get Jeremy Harshman's car tipped back over. Looks like there are 7 cars stopped over there. I do believe everyone's okay. I don't want to speculate, but the car we were worried about is Jeremy Harshman. You see him moving around in there. The other 6 cars piled up against the wall. Joey Amantia in the 88J. Jay Hartman's involved in the 24H. Kyle Lick is the car facing us, the white car on the front stretch. Tyler Ulrich involved as well. Nick Skias is the car to the right of Joey Amantia, and Mason Beinhauer is also involved. He is right in front of Ulrich's car. That stack up started somewhere, I'm going to guess, around 15th. And that was lucky to not be bigger than it was. Jeremy Harshman is going to get towed back at the back of the four-wheeler. Now, there is a work area for this race. That is something that drivers will have the chance to work on. Burt Wojcik, what do you have for us here?
All right, guys. Jeremy Harshman, first one that went over, did get towed back to the pits here. Tyler Ehrlich, he's getting towed up from the rear end. Have to see what's going on here. Nick Skias, he's involved in this. He's looked like he's trying to drive away. Kyle Lick on the front end, got a ton of front end damage on his 11 car. We take a walk around here. Joey Amantia, he's involved in this, trying to get this thing around. Don't look like too much on the car. Trying to see what's going on around, what else we got around here. Jay Hartman, he's involved in this too. Mike Fry's talking with him. See what else is in the car here, but really the most damage on all this will be out of Kyle Lick's car, it looks like, with the front end completely bent up here.
So they have put the hook to Jeremy Harshman, Tyler Ulrich, and Mason Beinhauer's car. Looks like that'll be the end of the night for them. And as Bert mentioned, a lot of damage to Kyle Lick. Tough break for him. Actually, they're going to put him back, I think, on the flatbed. And that's tough for Kyle. He was the fastest overall timer in time trials for the Speed Week race here. Things just never quite got going from the start this weekend. Looks like his National Open run will come to an end. Joey Amanti and Jay Hartman, I think, are going to re-tack on at the back. Hartman, I think, may have gone to the work area, and I think Ulrich, they're also working on his car back there. So 2 reds in the first 9 laps is not ideal, obviously, but thankfully all drivers are okay. Some bent up sheet metal and frames for sure. I'll tell you what, though, keep an eye on Colin White. He started this race in the 11th spot. He's made up 5 spots in the first 9 laps. He is the highest finishing driver from last year's National Open in this year's iteration of the race. Brendan Bright was your winner. Austin Quick was second. And they are both not in this year's field. Colin White finished 3rd, and he is here tonight. He wants to see if he can win this thing, and he's got a chance to. Field back to yellow flag conditions. Alex Rupert, Jared Kunkel have been 1-2 since the outset. Ryan Groff and Jesse Maurer, teammates, got back to 3rd and 4th. They'll start on row number 2. Pat Beeler will be 5th, Colin White 6th, Logan Rumsey 7th, Garrett Smith, Timmy Buckwalter, Jason Swavely, your top 10. At least I believe your top 10. The rest of the lineup is going to be sorted out and put into the official running order. All right, lights are going to go out, I believe, next time by. Nick Skias has tacked onto the tail, so has Joey Amantia, and so has Jay Hartman. And Tyler Ulrich is going to come out as well. They've gotten his car repaired. Those guys will resume. Looks like Beinhauer, Harshman, and Kyle Lick is the other one. They are all done for the evening. So 26 cars still running. With 9 complete, 31 to go. Alex Rupert, Jared Kunkel, your front row. Nothing new there, but it's Ryan Groff and Jesse Maurer now on row 2. Jesse Maurer, can he get a wingless National Open win to his credit? He's got a winged win in 2016. He'll be the first to tell you he's not overly fond about wingless racing, but he's pretty good at it. And he's coming back to the green flag in 4th as Alex Rupert leads us down. Here comes Ryan Groff on the inside of Jared Kunkel. Inside line, got a great restart. Kunkel staying with Rupert, though, back to 1 and 2. He'll dive to the inside. Rupert gets the drive off. Maurer through to 3rd. White through to 5th. White going to work on Ryan Groff for the 4th spot as they race out of turn number 4. 10 laps complete, 30 laps to go in the 32nd National Open weekend. For the 600s, Alex Rupert out in front. Jesse Maurer not going away from Jared Kunkel, who runs in position number 2. Alex Rupert is flying out in front. Continuing to set the fastest laps of the race. Ooh, little stack up turn 2. Garrett Smith, Sean Dove, Christian Brito all got bottled up and all kept it straight. We stay green. Colin White is up to the 4th spot now, and he is going to work on Jesse Maurer, a man on a mission. Back to turns 3 and 4. Colin White not done. He's going to work the back bumper of Jesse Maurer, try to close in, coming out of turn number 2. He'll run nose to tail, just a few car lengths behind Jared Kunkel, but a long ways behind Alex Rupert. 1.7 seconds is the gap. This could come down to lap traffic. And that would be big for Alex Rupert, because we remember what happened a couple weeks ago. He might have to negotiate with it tonight, but he's going to have a big lead to negotiate it with if things stay like this, unless Colin White can get there. He's going to work to the inside of Jesse Maurer. That's for 3rd in turn number 3. Slides up. Maurer turns down the hill. Side by side. Caution in turn 2. One car slowing. I think that's Jay Hartman up against the wall, and we're under caution for the 3rd time in this race. Been a rough night for the 2014 National Open champion, Jay Hartman. Burt Wojcik, what do you got for us down there?
Casey, coming from the 11th spot, Colin White without out the fastest car on this track right now, but he needs this race to stay green so he gets some lot of traffic and see if he can't get around Alex Rupert. Alex Rupert has been so good in clean air right now. But Colin White, if he gets some yellows here, well, the yellow was going to help him, but Alex is so good in clean air. He needs this race to stay green, it looks like right now.
Yeah, I'm with you, Bert. Lap traffic is going to make this race very interesting. I don't know if Colin White's got enough speed to get around Rupert in clean air, but I think we're getting ready to find out, because he's worked his way up to the inside of row 2. Jared Kunkel continues to run 2nd, but his hold on that spot is getting more and more tenuous. Lights are out. 1 to go has been given. Alex Rupert, Jared Kunkel on the front row. Colin White, Jesse Maurer, row 2. Ryan Groff, Pat Beeler, row 3. Logan Rumsey, Jason Swavely, row 4. Timmy Buckwalter, Richie Hartman. Complete your top 10. 16 complete, 24 to go in National Open 32 for the 600s. Alex Rupert, Jared Kunkel lead us to the green flag. We're back to racing. That might have been Kunkel's best start of the race. He's going to hang with Rupert. They'll be side by side almost, but Kunkel runs in the marbles. Rupert ran up just a little bit. White's through to 2nd. Maurer through to 3rd. Kunkel's got to regroup now. He runs 4th side by side with Groff. Almost a little bit of contact into turn number 3. Rupert's gotten away from White by 3 car lengths, back to 1 and 2. That was almost a big-time restart by Jared Kunkel, but as he was trying to get outside, Alex Rupert got up in the loose stuff and now falls back to the 4th spot, trying to rebound. Now Colin White trying to close in, but Alex Rupert continues to run the fastest laps of this race. Oh, triple back straightaway. Jason Swavely, Timmy Buckwalter get together, get hung together, and oh, Buckwalter gets crashed with Mason Peters down there. I think in turn number 3. No, that was not Peters. That was Weisenflew, Zach Weisenflew, I believe. A wild ride. Burt Wojcik, what do we got down there? What's cooking? Zach Weisenflew is okay over there. He is okay.
Yeah, Casey, that was a wild incident here. It started back in the back here where it looked like, I want to say it was Holden Ekman and Timmy Buckwalter. They were kind of touching wheels each other. It looked like Timmy's front end broke. And then he was slowing up there. And then Zach Weisenflus had absolutely nowhere to go here. And they touched wheels. Weisenflus snap rolled and flipped, but took the car back into the work area here. I'm probably assuming he's going to go right back to the trailer with it. Yeah, they're towing it right past the work area. So Weisenflus it done there. But, again, 2 wild flips here to start this feature off here. On a wild restart again, though, I'm telling you, these restarts are it's gonna get wilder and wilder here as we still got almost half of this race to go.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Yeah, I think what happened back there, I think it started when Timmy Buckwalter and Jason Swavely got together in turn number 2. There was contact between those two. That might have been what broke Timmy Buckwalter's front end. He was slowing down the backstretch. I think he was trying to get out of the way. Zach Weisenflus took evasive action and went for an incredibly wild ride. Unfortunately, that's not the first wild ride we've seen Zach Weisenflus go for this season. I remember during Speed Week, he went for flips on consecutive nights at Bobby Johnson. If he's watching at home, he remembers at Greenwood Valley when Zach Weisenflus went out of the ballpark and hit a tree in turn 1 earlier this season. He is not always made the highlight reel for the right reasons, but they'll try to repair that car maybe for next season or maybe just get a new one. We'll see. Either way, not the night that Zach Weisenflus wanted, but glad to see he's okay. He is just fine after a violent flip into turn number 3. Timmy Buckwalter went to the work area. I think Brandon Heist also did. Nick Skia spun, trying to avoid. He will be at the back for this restart. This is going to be a pretty interesting restart because this is going to be the first restart where Alex Rupert has had somebody different on his outside. It's now Colin White. Colin White started this race 11th. He is up to 2nd. And it looks like if anybody's going to have anything for Alex Rupert tonight, it's going to be the White's Mechanical number 6 and the Scranton, Pennsylvania driver, Colin White. If he can get it done, we'll see. Jesse Maurer had a good restart, got to 3rd. Jared Kunkel, he's going to be smelling blood in the water after that last restart. He'll start on the outside of row 2. Pat Beeler, Ryan Groff in row 3. Jason Swavely, Logan Rumsey in row 4. Then Ryan Kunkel and Steven Snyder Jr. in row number 5 complete your top 10. Now, there is lane choice for this race. Alex Rupert chose the bottom. That's going to maybe give Colin White some momentum here up on the outside, but Rupert's hoping he can fire away cleanly enough to have his choice of where he wants to go for the restart. That's going to be the goal. We'll see if he can get it done here as he and Colin White lead us to the most pivotal restart of this race so far with 19 down, 21 to go. Rupert's going to clear White, but White's going to have a drive off the corner. Side by side to turns 1 and 2. Colin White on the bottom, going to throw it in there. Rumsey, Rupert back under him, side by side. That's the battle for the lead. Back to turn number 3, and Rupert back clear. Here comes Colin White, though, back on the inside, and halfway, Alex Rupert leads. He's clear of Colin White for the time being. Battles on side by side between Maurer and Kunkel, and look at Logan Rumsey now, up to the 5th spot. Great restart for him. And he may not be done yet. He might try the outside of Jared Kunkel here, back to turns 1 and 2, as Rupert's gotten away. I think Colin White knew that his best chance to get Alex Rupert to win this race was going to be on that restart. Oh, trouble turn number 4. 4 cars collected and a couple more spinning in. Pat Beeler, Ryan Groff, Jason Swavely, and Steven Snyder Jr. all piled up there in turn 3. Holden Ekman and Nick Skia spun to avoid caution. Another one with 18 laps to go. And that one a little closer to the front of the field. Sounds like there was contact between Logan Rumsey and Jared Kunkel. And that might have created that whole stack up there from there on back. Pat Beeler involved, Jason Swavely involved. Steven Snyder Jr., he's driving that CPG Graphics number 14G, usually piloted by Connor Gross. Connor Gross was the champion this year at Spirit at Bridgeport, Spirit Auto Center Speedway, but had to miss both the Skyscraper and this race due to complications after coming down with mono. So Snyder behind the wheel tonight, but looks like he's out of it. He's climbing out. All right, Burt Wojcik, what do you got for us down there in turn 3?
Casey, a lot of cars down here involved here. Pat Beeler was involved here too. Looks like both 14 cars of Jason Swavely and the 14G of Steven Snyder both involved in that wreck here too. I want to go back and correct myself on that. It wasn't Holden Ekman. I want to believe that was Jason Swavely involved in that wreck with Timmy Buckwalter beforehand there, so I want to correct myself on that one there. But a lot of cars down there, but it does take out one of the bigger names in this race, Pat Beeler, done for the night. That opens the door up for any one of these guys. But I want to reiterate again, watch this restart. Colin White, he's been getting closer and closer on these restarts. Does he do it on this one? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, Alex Rupert lost the lead for the first time tonight, albeit for about 2 seconds on that last restart. I can guarantee you the intensity level is about to ratchet up, and we've got some new players closer to the front. Alex Rupert and Colin White are on row 1. Jesse Maurer, Jared Kunkel in row 2. Logan Rumsey and Ryan Kunkel are in row number 3. Ryan started this race 16th. Richie Hartman and Sean Dover in row 4. Garrett Smith and Christian Bruno in row 5. Billy Koch, Heath Hanley, row 6. Then it's Joey Amantia and Bradley Brown in row number 7. Mason Peters and Jason Swavely in row 8. Nick Skias and Tyler Ulrich in row number 9. And keep an eye on Christian Bruno. He's working his way through the field, had a rough time trial effort, didn't quite translate to a great heat race performance. Ultimately, he locked in, but not ideally where he wanted to be, starting 15th. But 1 year ago in this race, he had to come through the B main. He started 27th and made his way up to 6th. So maybe for Christian Bruno, this is a sign of things to come as he is starting to work his way into the picture of what has been so far a very wild first 22 laps of the 600 National Open as Ryan Groff is back out. He's got that Penske Racing number 03 back running, and he'll tack on as the 19th car still in this 600 National Open with 18 laps to go. Lineup is good. Here we go. 1 to go signal. And who knows? Could this be the final restart? We've seen a lot of chaos and a lot of attrition so far. Will we see a long green run to end it? If we do, could Alex Rupert hang on to get the win? Let's see. Green flag. He is going to try to clear White. Oh, White nearly got on the back of him. And here comes Maurer for the lead. Back to turns 1 and 2. The front two got battled up, and Jesse Maurer to the lead. Here comes Rupert back under him, side by side down the backstretch. Alex Rupert slides back in front. Here comes Jesse Maurer back to the inside. Side by side into turn one. Jesse Maurer on the bottom. Alex Rupert washes up high. Side by side down the backstretch with White and Rumsey waiting in the wings. Side by side, Rupert off the corner. Clears back to the lead. 24 down, 16 to go. Alex Rupert hangs on from a fierce challenge. Colin White might have had him jacked up off turn 4. Now he's going to go back to work on Maurer. They'll battle for second off the corner. Jesse Maurer back on the inside. Colin White on the outside. Rumsey and Kunkel battle further back. Colin White back clear to second. Don't count out Logan Rumsey. He's going to try the outside of Maurer. Back to turns 1 and 2. Logan Rumsey cuts back under. Here he comes. He's up to third. Past Jesse Maurer. Maurer not done with him yet, though. Rupert, in the meantime, trying to get away. He may not hit lap traffic over these final 13 laps. He could be clear sailing. But will we see another caution is the question. He's got a 1.4 second lead on Colin White. Logan Rumsey running in position number 3. Jesse Maurer is 4th. Ryan Kunkel is running in the 5th spot. Will anyone be able to catch Alex Rupert? Right now, it doesn't look like it. He has got that Dryden number 5 out in the wind with 10 laps to the biggest win of his life. He got a big one a couple weeks ago in Richie Hartman's big race at Shellhammers. But this would be huge as he tries to work his way out of turn number 4. 9 laps remaining. We'll keep an eye on the battle between Colin White and Logan Rumsey. They're separated by about 2 car lengths. And they've gotten away pretty nicely from Jesse Maurer. And here comes Sean Dove into the top 5 as he'll slide in on the bottom of Ryan Kunkel for the 5th position. Alex Rupert from Lewisberry, Pennsylvania, 15 years of age. And now he's 7 laps away. But a lot still to transpire, and a lot can happen in 7 laps. A lot can happen in 1 lap. Can Alex Rupert hang on? We'll keep an eye as the battle's on for second. Colin White, Logan Rumsey still separated by 2 car lengths. Sean Dove trying to put the pressure on Jesse Maurer further back for the 4th spot. 5 laps to go. The open palm of head starter Mike Fry. Alex Rupert working his way down the backstretch, trying to hold on. He's still got more than a 2-second advantage. Logan Rumsey trying to dog Colin White, hoping to be there in case something would happen with Alex Rupert. But it doesn't look like it for right now. Coming back to see 3 to go. Rupert will not get to lap traffic by the end of this race, so that won't be a factor. The last thing Alex Rupert wants to see right now is the yellow flag. First, he's going to see the twin sticks. 2 to go for Alex Rupert. Colin White running in 2nd. Logan Rumsey running in 3rd. But down the backstretch, Alex Rupert will see the white flag. Final lap of National Open 32 in the 600s. 15 years of age from Lewisberry, Pennsylvania. Alex Rupert is going to add his name to the list of illustrious winners of National Open at the Linda Speedway. He takes 32. Alex Rupert has done it in dominating fashion. And he is immortalized in history of those who have won this race. Alex Rupert, Colin White 2nd, Logan Rumsey 3rd. Jesse Maurer 4th, Sean Dove 5th, Ryan Kunkel, Jared Kunkel, Christian Bruno, Richie Hartman, and Garrett Smith, your top 10. But Alex Rupert has done it. Check, check. Check 1, 2. 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 Mike, check 1, 2, 3. All right. Alex Rupert led all 40 laps, but it was far from easy. Just did the rev check. Colin White comes home second. Logan Rumsey third. We'll get interviews with those two as well. Setting up victory lane down here on the front stretch. We've got the champagne. We've got the trophy. We've got the 50-50. And we're about to have the newest National Open champion. And he might be the youngest. It's not official champagne. Alex Rupert's not old enough for that, but it's got some bubbliness to it. And he's going to pull the Drydy number 5 to victory lane. He's going to climb out of the car. Race fans, make some noise for your National Open 32 winner, Alex Rupert. He had a big win a couple weeks ago at Shellhammers, and now he's won one of the biggest micro sprint races in the country. Alex Rupert has gotten it done, and Alex, wow. Yeah, talk loud if you want. You can talk all night. You're the National Open champion. You've added your name to the list of legends to have won this race. How does that feel?
It feels great. I was really worried about them restarts. I don't know what I was doing wrong, but I was struggling really bad, and they were able to get me. But unfortunately, I was able to fight them off and stay out front.
You went toe-to-toe this weekend with some of the best 600 micro sprint drivers really in the country, I'll say. Timmy Buckwalter in the heat race, that epic duel for the pole last night, and then you and Colin White on those restarts. Jesse Maurer got in there too, and yet you're the one that comes out on top. To win this race and beat the best in doing so, how gratifying does that feel?
It feels great to beat these guys. You got to do everything right in a race. Starts, hitting your marks every lap, and like being smart while racing them. Unfortunately, we were able to be smart with Timmy and get him in the heat race, and we were able to battle those guys back for the future.
You knew last night when you went to bed you were going to be starting on the pole for this race, and you had a little extra time to think about it with the rain delay. So talk me through what you were thinking in the 24 hours since you knew you'd be starting on the pole to now. Was it easy to kind of psych yourself out a little bit, or how did you keep yourself mentally in check, knowing that, hey, I've got a really good shot to win this thing?
Yeah, I usually don't get nervous, but I was pretty nervous for this one. Just had to be smart, know if it went green the checkered that we were going to have to go through the lap cars, and there were going to be a lot of fast guys behind us, so we had to keep our head forward and stay in front of those guys.
Well, you've gotten it done, Alex Rupert. How are you going to celebrate this one?
I don't know. I can't drink, so that's up to Brendan Bright. You can ask him.
Yeah, Brendan Bright, last year's National Open, the crew chief on this car. Alex, who do you want to thank for this win? I know it's a huge one.
I'd like to thank Drydy Performance, Shetron Auto Auction. He does a lot for us. Hyper for making some badass chassis. Sipes Lawn Scare and Landscaping. Rollins Performance keeps the shocks good. Lineman, he builds some really good motors that are really reliable. Apex Motorsports and Chop Designs.
Well, Alex, congratulations. You are now a Linda Speedway legend. You've won the National Open. Congratulations. And I'm going to have you pull the 50-50 ticket here while we have you down here. Shake it up nice and good. I think it's for $213 if I read it right. And the winning ticket is the red ticket, 0405784. 0405784. If that's your ticket, please come up to the tower or out back of the pit shack to claim your $213 cash prize. We'll work our way down here and get a word in with Colin White and Logan Rumsey. Well, Colin, third last year, second this year. You gave it all you had. Talk me through that battle and those restarts, racing with Alex and driving your way up through too, because early in the race, you had to start this thing from 11th, way out deep, and you got it pretty quickly to have a shot to battle Alex, and you looked like you were one of the only ones that really had anything for him.
Yeah, I thought we were as good as him for a while there. I had to work from 11th and pass some really good cars there. So, I mean, the car was a rocket ship right off the start. And then when I got the second, I was like, all right, we got something for him. I just need a restart. And that first restart, I threw a massive slider on him down there. And I almost got him, but yeah, he was definitely the fastest car. But I think mid-race there, we were just equal. Like that last restart, kind of got ran up, and I fell back to third. So, yeah, it took me a little while to get back to second. I thought we were catching him a little, like running about even. But at the end, those last couple laps, my arms were falling off, and I was just holding on.
It was pretty caution-filled early on. Once you finally got to the front, were you hoping for a couple more restarts there to try and take a couple more swings at it?
Oh, yeah, I was trying to school him on some starts there, you know, but he did good. And, yeah, we were close. But, I mean, once he got out front, I knew it was going to be hard to beat him. So it was a lot of fun. Wish we had some cautions late because I was getting really tired there. And I was also getting worried running, like, softer tires on this is getting pretty hard, you know. I wasn't sure if we were burning off tires or not because, you know, it's looking a little black through the middle here. So I didn't know how we were, and I just wanted to end at the end.
Well, hey, second place finish, Colin. Who do you want to thank for it?
I want to thank my dad for everything, all my sponsors. I want to thank Hyper, Evo, Dave Orange, TSL Shocks, and, yeah, just everyone who helps out and supports me, my grandma, my grandpa, and, yeah.
Well, you gave it all she had. Congratulations, Colin White, second place tonight. And this guy did too, Logan Rumsey, third. I know you wanted a little bit more, but you had some awesome restarts just to get yourself in contention there. I bet you were a lot like Colin at the end, just wishing you had one more, right?
Yeah, the first half of the race, I didn't feel that good. And the restarts, just if I was on the top, I knew I could pass some cars in 1 and 2, and I was in 3 on the start, and I somehow got my way up to third. I don't think I was as fast as Alex. I think I was definitely faster than Colin there at the end, but if I passed him, I don't think I was going to catch Alex, and I just want to say good job to him. He was fast all week, and he's really stepping up his program.
Yeah, 2 15-year-olds on the podium for the National Open. How about that? The youth movement is in full effect, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess we'll try to dominate next year.
Well, hey, you dominate a lot during the regular season this year. A lot of great performances. You were watching those battles on those restarts with Colin and Alex and Jesse getting up there. Were you kind of hoping that maybe they would just get busy to battle each other and they would kind of open up the door for you on one of those restarts?
Yeah, I guess, but like I said, I don't think we're as fast as Alex, so I'll take third. Second doesn't really mean anything, so yeah.
Well, hey, best finish of your National Open, brief National Open career so far. Logan, who do you want to thank for it?
Yeah, my dad for trying to get the car better. We were slow all day, and we picked the right tire. I'm pretty sure all of us did, and Killer Contracting, 600cc performance, and hammered on engines.
Well, thanks for putting on a show all year. Congratulations, Logan Rumsey. Third place finish. Colin White brings it home second. Alex Rupert is your champion of National Open 32 in the 600s. The 270s, they're up next, and they got a lot to live up to. Yes, Alex Rupert might be celebrating with a cold glass of milk tonight. Your winning 50-50 ticket for the evening is the red ticket, 0405784. Once again, the red ticket, 0405784. 0405784. The red ticket, 0405784. I want to make sure I got that out right. If that is your ticket, please come up here to the tower or out back of the pits if that's where you have it to claim your $213 cash prize.
Tonight's presentation of the Linda's Speedway National Open number 32 is presented by On the High Side Apparel, a clothing brand created by 600 driver Connor Sheffield. With a portion of proceeds going to benefit medical cannabis research, your purchase helps drive progress in the fight against a variety of medical issues. Find out more information at onthehighsideapparel.com or visit Connor and the On the High Side team in the pit area this weekend here at Linda's Speedway. Use the offer code Linda's at checkout to get 20% off your order through October 17th. Coming up next, going to be the 270 feature for the Linda's National Open. Let's turn things back over to Casey Kreider. The poor guy's voice has got to be junk by now.
I think I can go another 40 laps. After those 40 laps, we might be running into some issues around lap 35, but we'll do the best we can here. It's late at night, but honestly, we're all running on adrenaline right now, I think. And for those of you watching at home, we're approaching 1 o'clock in the East Coast. I just want to say thank you to all the loyal race fans who are out here tonight, braved some inclement weather, braved a really late night, and they are going to get rewarded with an unbelievable feature here to close out the night, just like the one we just saw. And all of you watching at home on the National Racing Network YouTube channel as well, we thank you for providing viewership all weekend. We thank all of you who donated some money, who have liked, shared, subscribed our broadcasts all throughout the course of the weekend. And we're about to get to the big one, the really big one, the 270 National Open. We had 86 cars come to run this race. We're down to 30. Before we get started with this 270 National Open, before we get too much deeper, I want to thank all of our production crew here this weekend for the National Racing Network. Of course, our producer, Chris Graham, does so much for both the National Racing Network and has done a lot of work to make sure this broadcast goes off smoothly. We had a couple hiccups last night. We've gotten them all fixed up for tonight, and that's been awesome. So thanks to Chris for that. Our camera operators, Patrick Byrne and Jason Bittner. Our production assistants, Andrew Acera and Samantha Wolf. And, of course, I'm Casey Kreider, your play-by-play announcer. So glad, so honored to take you through the National Open for the very first time. And our pit reporter, Bert Wojcik, who's done an outstanding job, provided a lot of updates and coverage all throughout the infield during that race. And he's going to do the same thing. He'll take us through another grid walk for the 270s when they get on the Speedway. And he'll be our eyes in the infield. He'll have a front row seat of what we're going to see for National Open 32 in the 270s.
Casey, I think you said it best in your interviews, or as you're walking away here tonight. 270s have a lot to live up here to the 600 feature. That was fantastic, but feels like the 270s, they've been a little more bumping and beating tonight a little bit. Track's a little bit wider, a little more racier. Can we see, we might see a better race here tonight. So you people that are sticking around here for this two-day show that we're into, thanks a lot. We really do appreciate it here at the Linda Speedway, and also you guys watching on National Racing Network on our YouTube page. But I think we might be in for a better feature than that. But that's going to be tough to beat that 600 feature because, honestly, behind Rupert, it was a fair ball game for anyone that was out there.
I mean, I can't wait. I mean, I can't pick a favorite. I mean, there are so many good, fast cars in this 270 Open, some starting up front, some starting mid-pack, a couple starting near the back of the pack. It's just going to be fascinating. I cannot wait for it. This 270 race is really what this National Open has always been about. Yes, it's big for the 600s, but it's gigantic for the 270s, as evidenced by the 86 car count we've had this weekend. As I mentioned, the first ever National Open was won by Judy Bates in 1990. She's the only female driver to ever win this race. That streak will continue at least another year. In 1991 and 1992, Rick Koenig went back-to-back. Kevin Gobrick won this race back in 1993. Ray Bull got the job done in 1994. Randy West was a 4-time winner of this race. He did it in 95, and then in 2000, 2001, and 2002. Butch Harrington went back-to-back in 1996 and 1997. Mike Dicely then went back-to-back as part of his 10 total National Open wins. He won it in 1998 and 1999. Steve Buckwalter got the job done back in 2003. And then, well, the Ross Show began. He's won 5 of these things since 2004, back-to-back for Ross Perchak in 2004 and 2005. He did it again back-to-back in 2008 and 2009, and then in 2015. Perchak got the job done for the 5th time, most of anyone in the 270 National Opens. Mike Rutherford went back-to-back in 2006 and 2007. In 2007, he won all 3 races of the National Open weekend. The Race of Champions, 600 National Open, and 270 National Open. Mike Dicely also did that back in 1999. Nick Skias got the win in 2010, and then his dad got it 1 year later in 2011. Mike Rutherford won his 3rd and 4th National Opens back-to-back in 2012 and 2013. Logan Deal got the job done in 2014. Pat Beeler, after this race eluded him for so many years, finally got it in 2016. He won it again 2 years later. He nearly won it again 2 years after that. We all know what happened last year. Jacob Hendershot did it back in 2017. Alex Swift won the Race of Champions on Friday night, then won the National Open in 2019 on Saturday night. He's going to try and do that once again this year. And your winner last year, of course, by 1/1000th of a second, it was Austin Pasquarella from West Leechburg, Pennsylvania, after starting 14th in the starting lineup. So, what on earth are we going to see tonight in National Open 32? We're about ready to find out. It is going to be a fun one for sure. They will grid the cars on the front stretch. Our Victory Lane celebration for Alex Rupert, sponsored by On the High Side Apparel. They've been the sponsor for this Linda Speedway Victory Lane this weekend. So who's going to be celebrating in On the High Side Apparel Victory Lane for the 270s? That is the $1 million question. Well, actually, the $3,200 question. $3,200 on the line for the winner of the 270 National Open. Alex Rupert pocketed a cool $3,000 for winning National Open 32 in the 600s. We're about to find out who's going to get it done tonight. So they're going to get everybody lined up. It'll take them a few minutes to get all 30 cars lined up in 4-wide formation. Yeah, we'll send it down in a few moments to Bert Wojcik to take us through the grid one more time. Did a great job on our first grid walk of the night, and I know there's a lot of people he's itching to talk to down there. Then we'll take you through our starting lineup and get them shoved away to throw some smoke and get ready to rock for the 270 National Open. All right, Burt Wojcik, let's take us through the grid. The grid walk with Burt Wojcik. It's all yours, buddy.
All righty, thank you, Casey. And we'll take a look through here. We talked to the first 8 guys starting here tonight, which would be Lee Reinhardt, Pat Beeler, Ross Perchek, Todd Racer, Austin Pasquarella, Corey and Craig Meyer. We'll start here in the A spot with Andrew Dietrich. Andrew, you're rolling off 8th here tonight, bud. I mean, there's a lot of stiff competition ahead of you. Track don't look half bad, though. You might be able to make your way up to the front here.
Yeah, we're going to give it our all. I think we got the right setup, and we're going to try and make it happen.
All right, buddy. Good luck. Andrew Dietrich rolling off on the A spot here. We'll take a walk through here, and let's grab Alex Swift. He picked up the win last night in the Race of Champions. And did you learn anything last night that you can use here tonight? I know it's a completely different track, bud, but did you learn anything you might be able to use here tonight?
No, other than don't make Pat Beeler mad because they'll blow your doors off in a heat race. No, I'm just, starting 10th, same spot, so hopefully it goes the same way. I know there's a lot better competition in front of me, and it'll be interesting to see how it plays out with them.
All right, buddy. Good luck, Alex Swift, rolling off in the 10th spot here as we keep making our way through the field here. Let's go ahead and grab Jesse Maurer here, because he was running in the top 5 in the 600s. Well, how do you feel after that 600 race? That was exciting, but you had a good chance there. You coming out for a little bit of revenge here?
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure I can last the whole 40 laps. It's nice going from power steering and wingless here. It's pretty easy, and then you jump in this. These are a lot more work.
Absolutely. Well, you're going to put in some work here. Good luck, buddy. Jesse Maurer rolling off here in the 13th spot here, and let's go right next to him. We'll grab Brandon Heiss, who started in the rear of the 600 feature. And Brandon, there's a lot of stiff competition ahead of here, bud. Track is definitely coming around. It's definitely, I think I said this to mostly everyone I talked to tonight. I think it's better than what a lot of people expect it to be.
Oh, yeah, definitely. The track is, I think it's really great, and I think it's going to be very racy for the 270s.
All right, buddy, good luck for you. Brandon Heiss rolling off here in the 14th spot here as we keep walking around here. Let's go ahead and grab, let's see here, who else? Let's go grab Richie Hartman, because, Casey, you were talking about him earlier in the night here, how Richie Hartman kind of shocked everyone qualifying with not a great qualifying effort. And Richie, it wasn't your best effort in qualifying, but, 40 laps is a long way around here in this track.
Yeah, we were terrible yesterday and found a little bit of speed today and got lucky to get in heat race. Just got to survive, get to the fuel stop, and race the last 20. So we're just going to hang out and see what happens.
All right, buddy. Good luck to you. Richie Hartman rolling off here in the 20th spot as we keep making our way through here. Let's go off here and grab Mike Boyer real quick. Mike, we're starting way deep back in this field here, bud. And it seems like the fuel stop might be a lot of people saving grace here. If we make it that stop here, do we have a chance here tonight?
Well, we definitely have a shot. We just got to, just take time here the first couple laps, pace it out, and, hopefully we get up there, hopefully crack the top 10 here in the first 20, and go at it after that.
All right, buddy. Good luck to you. Mike Boyer rolling off here in the 23rd spot. Let's keep making our way through the field here. Let's go grab, what else we got here? We can grab here. Let's go grab the man starting shotgun. Be Dan Boyer. And Casey, correct me if I'm right on this one here. He took the provisional, correct?
You are correct.
And I don't think Casey's listening to me at the moment.
No, you're right. You're right. He did it. He got the provisional.
Casey, did Boyer take the provisional, correct? Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that, sir. I remember I can't hear you. My radio cut off, but oh well. Anyway, Dan, you had to use a provisional tonight. I know it's not the way you wanted to get in the National Open, but still, you're in the feature. It's got to feel good here. Are we going to try and make our way to the front here, or are we going to just take a few laps here and just see where we're at?
Well, what we're going to do is feel out the first couple laps and, just try to avoid a little bit of too much action. Once things get strung out a little bit, we'll make some adjustments and go from there.
All right, buddy. Good luck to you. Dan Boyer rolling off at the 30th spot. And ladies and gentlemen, there they are. For the 32nd time here, the 270s are going after the Linda's National Open. Let's give them a round of applause. Casey, let's have the starting lineup, my friend.
All right, Bert, let's get to it. 30 cars are gridded onto the Speedway, and here they are. Starting in 30th, Bert Wojcik, just talked to him. He was 4th in points this year. He fell back on the points provisional to get into the show. From Elizabethtown, Pennsylvania, driving the Adams Auto Sales, Doug's Auto, number 6, it's Dan Boyer. Starting in 29th, in the Wing Dynamics TSL DBY, number 77, driver from Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania, ran the soup from the sea to get in. He starts 29th. It's Ben Stoles. Glenn Mockimer in the 112. He was a champion at Greenwood Valley Action Track. He's going to start this race from the 28th position. Starting 27th in the Touch of Color Race Ready Incorporated, number 88J from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. That's Jason Klinger. Starting in the 26th position, he's behind the wheel of the number 19X. That is Stevie Darren coming through the B main. And the guy that won the B main starting in the 25th position, driving car number 7, that is Noah Werguinness. Starting in position number 24, he was a 2-time winner here this season, including 1 weekend ago. He's got one of the best names in all of racing. It's Nunzi Allegrucci, starting 24th. Starting in 23rd, behind the wheel of the Western Mechanical Service Anvil Iron Works, number 41, the 2-time track champion, the living legend from Lebanon, Pennsylvania, Mike Boyer. Starting in 22nd position, he was the 2019 champion here at the Speedway. In the Mike Rice Trucking, number 5R, it's Devin Herron. Starting in 21st position from Blandon, Pennsylvania, driving the TSL Shocks RTS number 5, it's Brett Cronrath. Starting in the 20th position from the Mark Gray Automotive Fox Construction number 39X, from Reading, Pennsylvania, pulling double duty, Richie the Kid Hartman. Starting in 19th position, driving the Ingham's Powder Coating number 21, from Reynolds, Pennsylvania, it's Toby Blumenshine. Starting in the 18th position, driving the Lakeland Dairy number 61, from Berlin Center, Ohio, Jeff Hafke. Starting in 17th, he won the National Open in 2017 in the DBY Motorsports number 28, from Newton, New Jersey, it's Jacob Hendershot. The 2011 270 National Open champion rolls off 16th, behind the wheel of the Viper Chassis number 3, from Wernersville, Pennsylvania, Pete Skias. Starting in the 15th position, driving the number 3H, he was in the Race of Champions last night, it's JT Horwat. Starting in the 14th position, the 2-time wingless 600 champion, driving the IRP Meat and Seafood number 12R, from Jonestown, Pennsylvania, it's Brandon Heist. Starting in the 13th position, he too coming out of the 600 feature where he finished in the top 5, driving the Titan Wings M2 bearings number 2, the Mountjoy Outlaw, Jesse Maurer. Starting in the 12th position is car number 12, sponsored by Performance Dirt Racing. From Massillon, Ohio, it's Michael Keefe. Starting in the 11th position in the DBY Motorsports number 83, from Ford City, Pennsylvania, it's the former Race of Champions winner, Steve Dunmeyer. Your top 10 starters for National Open 32 look like this. Hailing from Bridgeport, New Jersey, he won the Hoosier Tire 23rd Race of Champions last night in the Nick Walton number 02, it's Alex Swift. Starting in the 9th position, he was the 2014 champion of this race in the JCG Environmental number 94D, from Quakertown, Pennsylvania, it's Logan Deal. Starting in the 8th position, driving the Haldeman Ford number 88D, from Kutztown, Pennsylvania, Andrew Dietrich. Starting in the 7th position, he had 3 different championships this year, including the Mason-Dixon 270 Series title, from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, in the JVI Group Done Right Services number 20M, it's Craig Myers. And starting in the 6th position, driving the DVI Group Done Right Services number 20, it's Corey Myers. Starting in 5th, behind the wheel of the Pascarella Detailing number 11Z. He hails from West Leechburg, Pennsylvania. He started 14th to win the National Open last year. He's only got to come from 5th tonight. It's Austin Pascarella. Starting in the 4th position, he won Heat 4 earlier tonight in thrilling fashion, and he's going to start from the outside of row 2 in car number 45. It's Todd Russer. Starting from the inside of row number 2, driving the Perchak Trucking ENR Cycles number 4, the 5-time National Open winner from Hazleton, Pennsylvania, Ross the Boss Perchak. And your front row for National Open 32. He won his heat race from the outside pole for the 2nd year in a row. He'll start on the outside pole in National Open 32 from Slatington, Pennsylvania in the Neff's Construction number 44B. It's the icon Pat Beeler. And he was the quickest driver in time trials. In the Delmarva Foundation Coatings number 4R, he starts on the pole. He's from Elmer, New Jersey, and his name is Lee Reinhardt. He's your pole sitter for National Open 32. That's your field, and that's your starting lineup for the 32nd running of one of the greatest micro sprint races in the world. So as the field gets pushed away, gets ready to go for National Open 32, we are ready to rock. It is Sunday morning now on the East Coast. However, yesterday, and I want to thank Barry Angstadt for providing me with this information. He is the wealth of knowledge of the micro sprint scene in the Northeast. And yesterday was Judy Bates' birthday. She was the winner of the first National Open, as we mentioned. She celebrated her birthday yesterday. Of course, we were supposed to run this race yesterday. This is close enough. We'll see who can get it. On the birthday of the driver that won the very first National Open. Of course, Alex Swift won the Race of Champions Friday night on his birthday, so who knows? Maybe all those omens come together tonight for the driver starting in the 10th spot. But for Lee Reinhardt, we kind of talked about it earlier tonight and yesterday, some of the revenge he might be out for tonight. Last year in this race, started second, ran second most of the night, had a really fast car, but had some sort of an issue that caused him to drop out. He was out of the race by about the midway point after running in the 2nd position. Really felt like he had a car that was capable of winning the National Open a year ago, especially with what happened to Pat Beeler in the late going. And, of course, 2 weeks ago at the Skyscraper in Bridgeport, he was dominant that night. He had built up multiple leads of 3, nearly 4 seconds just to spin in lap traffic with a few laps remaining in the race when it looked like he had it in the bag. It was TK, Tommy Kunzman, who got the win instead. So I can guarantee you Lee Reinhardt is out for some sweet, sweet revenge tonight. And he's on pole with the guy that won the other Skyscraper race in the 600s, Pat Beeler. And he, too, I guarantee you, is looking for revenge after winning, or after coming up just short in the National Open 1 year ago by 1/1000th of a second. He also lost a race earlier this season at Shellhammers on a photo finish by 6/1000ths of a second. So he's tired of losing these photo finishes. He wants to make it a commanding victory tonight. Field begins to form up into 4 wide formation. That is a beautiful sight. No matter where you are, the 270s are 4 wide. And race fans, you've stuck with us all weekend and all night and watching at home. We are ready. The best of the best 270 drivers anywhere are 4 abreast. Race fans, make some noise for your field for the 32nd National Open in the 270s. Take one final deep breath, because I promise you, you're going to need all of it during this 40-lapper. If you don't feel the intensity, the energy, you might want to check your pulse. I'm not sure if you're breathing. We are ready to go. Field is getting into order. We're all good. We're going to go lights out this time. Head starter Mike Fry has the 1 to go signal ready to be waved to the field. Now we will have a halfway fuel stop at lap 20, so this will not go clean and green all the way through. There will be opportunity at halfway for the drivers to adjust, unlike in the 600s. But we're about to get it on. And once again, race fans, sit back, relax, and enjoy, because this is the big show. This is National Open 32, and this race is green. Caution in turn 3 as Pat Beeler was trying to take the lead from Lee Reinhardt. It's Brett Cronrath's car stopped over there on the inside of the third corner. Caution is out. Tough break for Brett Cronrath. He was a sportsman champion at Lanco this year and was getting the opportunity to run this National Open here tonight in Anthony Yerger's car, but it looks like it's going to come to an end before it even starts after making the 30-lap A main. So it's going to be a restart with everybody minus Brett Cronrath in the lineup, who was going to start 21st, and now we'll go back to the work area. But I'll tell you what, that initial start with Pat Beeler hanging with Lee Reinhardt, and we wondered, would the outside maybe be the lane to want to be in? You can get that momentum built up there, especially in these 270s. That's crucial. And who knows? Maybe that's going to contribute to what happens here in this opening lap. So still trying to get the first lap on the board. But I promise you, when we do, it's going to be exciting to watch. And they've gotten Brett Cronrath's car back to the Speedway. Whatever went wrong, they've gotten fixed up. And Brett Cronrath is going to rejoin at the tail. He'll start 30th, but his National Open is still alive. Lights are out, is the word from Tim Bortz. Mike Fry gives him the 1 to go signal. And here we go. ready to get back to it. Lee Reinhardt and Pat Beeler back to the twin green flags. We're back racing with National Open 32. And a better start that time from Reinhardt. He's going to clear Beeler by the time they get to 1 and 2. And now here comes Beeler poking to the bottom. They're going to be side by side down the backstretch. Pat Beeler and Lee Reinhardt. Oh, trouble. 2 cars collected near the back. They keep it straight. Beeler's got the lead off turn number 4. Thought that could get big off turn number 2. It didn't. We stay green, and Pat Beeler from the outside pole got to the inside in turns 3 and 4, and he's got the lead and beginning to try and pull away as 1 car's in the wall in turn 2. It's Stevie Darren. Caution is out. Stevie Darren does appear to be okay over there. That is the best news. He is okay, but they're going to go to work on that 19X and probably have to hook a 4-wheeler up to it. We had 1 car just head into the work area there in turn number 3. That's Alex Swift. Alex Swift is in the work area. That's a big story for sure. Last night's Hoosier Tire Race of Champions 23 winner in the work area early here with 1 lap in the books. So not sure what the issue was with Alex Swift that prompted him to go to the work area. But well, let's see if we can figure out what it was, or at worst case scenario, maybe we'll find out at the halfway break. But that is a big story because we expected Alex Swift to be a big time contender here. Obviously, he won the Race of Champions, was so fast last night, even coming from 10th. We knew he still had a shot. But it's tough to tell what exactly. Now they're pushing him onto the track backwards. They're getting him back onto the speedway. So this is going to add some intrigue here to the early stages of this National Open, assuming that they've gotten Alex Swift's car back up and running correctly. He is going to be like a man on a mission coming through the field. But not quite sure what drew him to the work area to begin with. Either way, he's out there now. He is going to tack onto the back and restart this thing from 29th, I should say. With Stevie Darren now out of the race, or in the work area at the very least, but I have a hard time thinking they're going to get him back out for the rest of tonight's feature. So Pat Beeler took the lead away on that restart from the outside, I should say. He got to the inside in 3 and 4 to complete the pass. Now he chooses the inside for this restart with Lee Reinhardt on his outside. Ross Perchak and Todd Russer in row 2. That one is coming back, though. Yeah, that start was not the cleanest. And no matter who you want to put blame on for it, we'll see what the officials decide. Brett Cronrath's cars come to a stop on the backstretch. So more issues for him. This is going to be a single file restart by the looks of it. So they will bring the cone out. Single file start since it was on the same lap. And because of the issues for Cronrath that brought out the caution before the start got called back. Alex Swift went off again in turn number 3. So I'm assuming they're back to the work area. And the mystery of Alex Swift continues here, as they put Brett Cronrath's car back on the hook, and I think his night may be over. Burt Wojcik running back to the pit area, trying to figure out what exactly the deal is here with Alex Swift. I'm sure we'll try to get a word in with him here in just a moment. All right, Burt, what do you have on Alex Swift?
All right, guys, back here in the pits, looking back on Alex Swift. They were looking around on the carburetor, it looks like, so I wonder if it's having a fueling issue on the 02. He came back, he was in the first caution. He's back in on the second caution, so we'll try and see what's going on with the 02 car, but he's going to be one to watch, I think, Casey, throughout this rest of this feature, because he's been fast all night long.
Well, he'll definitely be one to watch from the back, but the question is going to be, have they gotten that car fixed up? Obviously, he's come in twice now to diagnose whatever that issue may be. As you said, they were looking around the carburetor of the car, so I don't know. I guess we'll see. See if they've gotten it resolved for Alex Swift. He'll tack on in 28th. Here comes Brett Cronrath back onto the Speedway. Looks like they've gotten him back going. Here we come back to the green flag. Going to be a single file restart. Swift and Cronrath both back out there, both at the tail. 29 cars still running, 39 laps still to go. We're back to green. Everybody gets through on the start cleanly. A great start for Pat Beeler out in front. Here comes Perchak on the inside of Lee Reinhardt, side by side for second. Perchak's going to take away the spot. He's got it. Back to turn number 3. Todd Russer running in the 4th spot. Corey Myers putting the pressure on him. Lee Reinhardt, the pole sitter, has fallen back to 3rd, and now he's in the clutches of Russer and Myers. Back to turn number 3. Pat Beeler has checked out, but this is a battle to watch from 3rd on back. Here comes Corey Myers around the outside of Todd Russer. He's got that spot. Andrew Dietrich going to go to work now on the inside of Russer. Back to turn number 3. Russer slides a little high. Logan Deal going to be right up on the back of him now. Looks like Alex Swift is, he's put in the infield. That's his issue. Night is now going to be over for Alex Swift, or at least his chance to win this race. So clearly, whatever the issue is, they did not get fixed. We have another car slowing in turn 3, and Pete Skias is stopped. Skias is stopped in turn number 2. So the 4-time winner here this season with a problem. Trying to identify the car. We're going to see it now, I think, as he's pushed coming out turn 4 that came to a stop in turn 3. Is that, that's the 12 of Keene, I believe. Michael Keefe in the 12 is the one that had the issue. Jeff Hafke also pulled off the racetrack in the 61. He's in the work area now. So we've got a couple cars going in and out of the work area, and we'll see how many of them can get back out to the Speedway. It's been a stop, start to this one. Kind of similar to the 600s, but tough break for Pete Skias. He had worked his way up to 9th from the 16th starting spot over those little bit of green flag racing that we had. So that's a tough break for Pistol Pete. Looked like he had a chance maybe to get up there and contend for the National Open. He's got a win here in both the 600 National Open and the 270 National Open, but he's not going to get one tonight by the looks of it. Row number 1 now, it's Ross Perchak on the outside of Pat Beeler, so he'll be his next challenger. Lee Reinhardt and Corey Myers now on row 2. Andrew Dietrich, Todd Russer, row 3. Logan Deal, Craig Myers, row 4. Austin Pascarella has faded back to 9th with Steve Dunmeyer on his outside. Green flag, stack up. Whoa, where is Richie Hartman going into turn number 3? We're green. Back to turn 1. Pat Beeler out in front. Side by side, Lee Reinhardt and Ross Perchak working their way back to turns 3 and 4. And Corey Myers right there with him. Oh, Reinhardt got big time loose. That thing nearly snapped around on him in turn 4, and he lost a lot of momentum and 3 spots. Myers is passed, Dietrich is passed, and here comes Logan Deal to the party in turn number 3. Side by side for 4th. Ooh, Dietrich got loose, and Deal's going to get under him now. So Logan Deal moves up to the 4th position. He won the blue-gray standoff Mason-Dixon 270 race here earlier this season. He also won the companion race with Speed Week and another time here. 3 times in total for Logan Deal. He got to victory lane, and every time he said, I don't want to be a one-hit wonder in the National Open. He's in the running. 4th place right now behind Pat Beeler, Ross Perchak, and Corey Myers. Dietrich runs in 5th. Oh, Todd Russer's going off the track. Problems for him. He's going to come off the Speedway in a tough break. The potential Cinderella story of this National Open is out of it with 10 laps complete. Brett Cronrath also went off the Speedway. We are staying green, and now we've got one car stopped in turn 1. Caution is out. It's Nunzi Allegrucci in turn number 1. He is the car stopped over there, and he had worked his way up from 24th to 11th, but now he's got a problem. Chris Graham and I are speculating up here a little bit if maybe some of the colder temperatures, it's a lot colder here than it was yesterday, maybe if that's contributing to some of the reliability issues we've seen tonight with some really good contenders. I mean, obviously in heats, we saw it with Ryan McAndrews and Nick Skias, Jason Swavely, all not even making the A-main due to issues that they had on their cars. And now we've seen problems with Alex Swift, Pete Skias, now Nunzi Allegrucci. Lineup is back set. 10 laps down, 30 to go. All the guys that have had issue for the most part tonight have been cars that have a lot of horsepower under them. So this could be a race of attrition. We'll have to see. We're 10 laps in. We're 10 laps to the halfway fuel stop. We've still got 30 to go in National Open 32. It's Pat Beeler and Ross Perchak on the front row. Corey Myers, Logan Deal, row 2. Andrew Dietrich, Lee Reinhardt, row 3. Craig Myers, Steve Dunmeyer, row 4. Jacob Hendershot, Austin Pascarella in row 5. Mike Boyer, Richie Hartman, row 6. Brandon Heist, JT Horwat, row number 7. Jesse Maurer, Ben Stolzen, row 8. Devin Herron, Toby Blumenshine, row 9. Glenn Mockenber, Dan Boyer, row 10. Jason Klinger and Noah Reginis round out the 22-car field, still running as Pat Beeler leads us back to the green flag. Logan Deal from the outside of row 2 is through to third, and now Toby Blumenshine with problems. That car looked like it locked up on him in turn number 1, and we're under caution again. Same thing we've been talking about. Another fast car with some sort of an issue. They've gotten Toby Blumenshine's car fired back away, so I'm not sure. Maybe it wasn't mechanical related, whatever it was. None of those cars that have been having issues are in the work area, and now Jesse Bowers being pushed off into the work area. Man. Well, let's see what the issue is with the Mountjoy Outlaw. He is into the work area. I'm not sure. He might be done now. We're going to go lights out. 1 to go signal has been given. We'll be single file since it was on the same lap. Now Toby Blumenshine has come to a stop in turn 3. Once again. Man, this has been a race of attrition so far. And I have to see what the issue is with Toby Blumenshine. We can only really speculate. I'm sure at least at the halfway fuel stop we'll bring Burt Wojcik in on it and see what he's got to say. But man, this has just been kind of weird to see the issues that some of these drivers have had. We'll send it down to Burt right now. What do you got?
All right, Casey, back here in the pits. Jesse Maurer just had a left rear flat just changed up here. And also we had the 21 of Toby Blumenshine. He was back here having the officials look at the front end of that car. It looked like he jumped the cushion down there. That's the second car we've had do that here tonight. So trying to make sure the steering's all right in that car. That's why we're still in the yellow here. But Jesse Maurer getting pushed off here. Push ATV right behind him. Got to get him pushed off. And there's one thing I'm noticing back here, too. There's been a couple guys. Alex Swift was one of them. And also we had the 61 of Jeff Hackey. They've been looking at the spark plugs on those cars. So maybe there's kind of an issue with the air we're having here tonight. Maybe it's causing some kind of issue with the spark plug. They're not getting enough fire to the motor.
Yeah, that's my thinking, Bert. Definitely something. Doesn't look like those were the issues, though, for Toby Blumenshine and Jesse Maurer. As you reported, great job, Bert. Yeah, it was a flat left rear for Maurer, so he's tacked on the tail. So, too, is Toby, and we're back to green flag racing with 10 in the books. Pat Beeler has checked out once again. Ross Perchak runs in second. Here comes Logan Deal back on the outside, trying to take a look on Corey Myers for the third spot. Andrew Dietrich running in fifth, not letting either driver get away in front of him. Back to turns 1 and 2. Here comes Dietrich to the inside of Logan Deal. Oh, Deal's breaking down the backstretch. Logan Deal is going to turn off into turn number 3, and his National Open looks to be over. Another big name and big player falls by the wayside. Logan Deal done for the night. Pat Beeler, in the meantime, out in front, 13 laps complete. He just ran the fastest lap of this race in the lead. Ross Perchak runs in second. Corey Myers is third. Andrew Dietrich is fourth. And then it's Lee Reinhardt, who's faded early. He's got a little bit of wing damage, I think, on that car. He's running in the fifth spot. Caution. Now it's JT Horwat coming to a stop right at the turn 3 entrance. So we can only speculate what the issue is for JT Horwat, but we've seen a lot of issues for a lot of people so far in the early going of this one. Burt Wojcik, what do you got for me?
Casey, the 3H, JT Horwat A lot of smoke coming out of here. A lot of fluid down here. I'm going to say he's done for tonight. They're pushing right back through the work area here, so he's going to be done for tonight. Also, I see the 21, Toby Blumenshine. Looks like they're done for tonight as well.
So not sure they ever got the issues remedied there for Toby Blumenshine, at least not completely, and a tough break for JT Horvat. He did a great job making it into the A main, starting 15th, but he is done. We have 19 cars left running, and we still got 26 laps to go, the halftime fuel stop. And that's gonna bring some new players into this thing. I mean, some of these guys that started near the back thought maybe they wouldn't have a chance to win this race. Well, here they are. I mean, they're in a decent position. I'm looking at guys like Brandon Heist. He started 14th. He's worked his way up to 10th, but he's done a nice job working his way up. Mike Boyer started 23rd. He's up to 11th. And Ben Stoles, who came from the C main, is up to 13th. Green flag in the air. Pat Beeler gets away. Back to turns 3 and 4, and we are racing. Here comes Craig Myers to the inside. He had a big restart. He's going to get past Corey. Side by side. Corey Myers, Craig Myers. Oh, stack up turn 3. That was almost big as Lee Reinhardt got slid sideways in front of the field. And I thought somebody was going for a big ride there in turn 3. They all kept it straight except for those two down there. And now Devin Herron with an issue. He stopped in turn 1. It's Reinhardt, and I think there was another car down there as well. It's Pascarella. Austin Pascarella's the car down there. And the officials have made the decision now to make this the fuel stop. With 15 laps complete and 25 laps to go, we've had a lot of yellow flag laps that have burned off some of that fuel. So this is going to be our halfway fuel stop with 15 complete and 25 to go in what has just been a bizarre 270 National Open to start. And Lee Reinhardt and Austin Pascarella, two of the favorites coming in the weekend, are sitting down in turn 3, and Devin Herron with a problem in turn 1. As the field comes to a stop in turn 3 for the red flag, crews will be able to come out for a few moments. And you can change tires, but if you want to do that, you're going to have to go to the back of the field, I believe, to do so. I believe that's the rule. Either way, you'll have an opportunity to refuel. Sounds like they're not letting crews onto the field or onto the track with tires. But they will have the opportunity to refuel, make any adjustments they can on the racetrack. All right, Bert Wojcik, we're going to send it down to you to report, maybe get a word with some of the front runners down there that are stopped in turn number 3. Take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Casey. We're at the halfway break here, waiting for the crews to get the okay from the officials to head on out. As we got one car coming off here, we saw the 4R, Lee Reinhardt. He was down, involved in that wreck there, your pole sitter. Tough break for him. Also pulling out the 5 of Brett Conrad. He's pulling off, and they just got the signal. Mass chaos has begun. It's like Black Friday here, folks. No tires can be changed, or else you go to the rear. You can do air pressure adjustments. You can do fuel. You can do anything you want, but you can't change the tire. If you change the tire, you're going to go to the right rear. You're going to go right to the rear here. And we'll take a walk around here, see what we can grab. And let me see if I can grab a quick word with your current leader, Pat Beeler. Pat, you've been leading most of this race so far to start here. We really haven't gotten to a rhythm here. How's the car feel, though, to start this off?
Feels all right on the short runs. Seems like we're getting a lot of short runs here. It's kind of helping me. We'll see what happens. I'm sure we're going to get a long run here shortly, and hopefully we can hold them off for the next.
All right, Pat. Thanks, Pat. Pat Beeler here. As we're doing this about 5 laps earlier than what we should be, we just ran too many laps under caution. And see if we can't come in here, maybe grab a word here. See if I can grab a word. Ross, I just said to Pat, we really haven't gotten those long runs here, but it seems like Pat's clean air is kind of helping him. You're just getting caught up in the dirty stuff. It seems like if you get a little bit of lap traffic, this could be a heck of a battle between you two.
Well, that's what I'm shooting for. I definitely need lap traffic. I mean, we're about identical speed-wise, but yeah, if we can't get any lap traffic, well, hopefully we can finish 1-2 at least at a bare minimum, but we'll see how it goes.
How's the car feel to start off the night?
Pretty decent, a little loose at the beginning. I mean, I've been cranking on some stuff in here a little bit, trying to get a little bit better. Wish I could get a couple more than 2 or 3 laps at a time to try and feel it out a little bit better, but we'll do what we can.
All right, Ross Perchek currently running to the 2nd spot. Keep moving through here. A lot of guys going for tear-offs, a lot of guys looking for fuel adjustments here, maybe a couple of air pressure adjustments, see what we can try and feel these cars out to get really going here. Again, the main thing is, folks, haven't really got that long run to kind of feel where the car is at. So, you know, it's just kind of, you're out in fuel right now. You're trying to just make little adjustments here. You can't really go for a full big swing on it right away. Let's go see if we can get Ben Schultz here. Ben, how's the car feel so far here? I mean, you probably have more laps on the track tonight than what anyone else these guys has so far, but how's it feel so far in the first start here?
It's pretty good. There's a lot of cautions to start the race. A little loose going around. You can tell a lot of drivers are pretty loose, and you can definitely tell that's where causing some of the cautions and everything. But we're going to fix some things and make it a little tighter, see how we do.
All right, buddy. Good luck to you here. Ben Stoltz, as they're getting the sign here. 2 minutes? 2 minutes left here as drivers are getting their final adjustments here. Take a walk around here. Let's see if we can't grab 1 or 2 more drivers here before we end up here. Let's go grab Corey Myers at the second here. Corey, looks like you got a little bit of wing damage here, but how's the car feel to start?
Good. Yeah, the number 4 there, passed him for 3rd, and he got a little sideways getting in, and I got my left front on his right rear. I didn't even see the wing until Dad pointed it out. She's still working good. Just need laps. You know, these 2-3 lap runs just sucked. You can't really get going, and leaders playing games on the start. So the next 25 laps should get pretty interesting.
Absolutely. Corey Myers, not holding anything back on that one, folks. Love that. Love to hear that as we get finishing up these last few moments here of the open red. 1 minute left. Guys are going to be starting to clean up here. But again, Casey, the main thing we're hearing, not enough laps to start this feature off. I mean, you want to get a good run. I know a lot of these guys, they're not used to having a track, I think, this wide and maybe this many yellows to start off their portion of the National Open, just because the track's not, honestly, by now it's kind of used up. But the track has held a lot of moisture tonight with all the rain we had. I mean, I know we're pushing that home, but still, I mean, that's the one complaint we're hearing down here is a lot of people need more laps, and hopefully we get a good green flag run here, and we'll see what happens right here. So as crews are being told to get off the track, I'm going to say back up to you in the booth there, Casey.
Yeah, it's just been kind of a weird start to this race. I mean, it's been stop-start, but we'll see if we can get into a rhythm. I can imagine, you know, once we we start this race with 30 cars, we're down to somewhere in the range of 17 to 19. So once we kind of thin out the herd a little bit, I can guarantee you we're going to see a little more green flag racing here over these final 25 laps. Just the question, I feel like, is going to be reliability. Who can get to the finish for the final 25 laps? Because whether it's been something mechanical or something like a flat tire like Jesse Maurer had or anything of that sort, something that takes you out of contention, it's just it's going to be crazy. We've seen a lot of favorites fall by the wayside in the first 15 laps. This could be setting up for an upset, perhaps. looking down through the lineup, I mean, Ben Stoll's running the alphabet, coming from the C, and he's in the top 10, coming from 29th in the starting lineup. He's 10th with 15 laps complete, 25 to go. That would be one for the ages. I know a couple years ago at the indoor race at Trenton, we had John Keller coming from the E main to win, but this would be pretty insane too if Ben Stoll could get the job done. I'll tell you what, it's nearly 2 o'clock here on the East Coast here in Lebanon, Jonestown, Pennsylvania. I want to give a shout out to all of you fans who are still in the stands because, my goodness, it's been a long night, but I promise you it's been worth it. And to the 250-plus viewers we still have currently on the National Racing Network YouTube channel, you guys are also warriors because you could be doing a lot of other things right now, like sleeping, and instead you're staying up to watch the National Open with us. So for all of you at the track and all of you watching at home, thanks for sticking with us. We got started about 2.5 hours late tonight due to the rains that passed through the area this afternoon, but it's cleared out. It's become a beautiful, somewhat chilly night, but that's the National Anthem. I said it again. That's the National Open for you. National Anthem, National Open. First words right. Either way, this is the weather National Open should be like, and we're about to settle this thing. 25 laps to go. Tim Bortz finds it impressive that even the old man Barry Angstad's still watching. That was from Tim. Anyway, we are just about ready to go as the field gets back to yellow flag conditions. Pat Beeler, Ross Perchak, Craig Myers, Corey Myers, and Andrew Dietrich are your top 5. Austin Pasquarella is back running. He's still in this. He's still alive with 25 laps to go. So while the 11Z of Pasquarella has rejoined the field, I don't see Lee Reinhardt out there currently. He might be done for the night with whatever the issue was for that 4R that caused him to go around in turn 3 and slide in front of the field. And I saw someone shoot up the turn 3, and I thought they were going to pull a Jared Lilly on us and go out of the ballpark, and they all kept it on the racetrack. Devin Herron is back running. Jason Klinger's car is stopped on the backstretch. I'll tell you what, he's a good story. He's regular here at Linda Speedway, competes all throughout the season, and honestly probably was not a guy that many people had picked to make the National Open field, but he did his job, did an excellent job coming through the B main tonight, started 27th. I know that team probably just happy to make the A main, and I know unfortunately they're having some issues now. Hopefully they can get them remedied on the 88J of Jason Klinger. So they've got the four-wheeler to the back of him. Devin Herron's also been pushed to the work area. Very active work area tonight at the Linda Speedway for the 270 National Open. You know, these motors stopped for about 5-7 minutes on the backstretch. Lets them get cold a little bit, even colder than they may have already been. So that doesn't help matters either for some of the drivers that may have been having issues. Jason Klinger's getting pushed off. Devin Herron looks to be done. Lee Reinhardt looks to be done. So 16 cars still left running. And honestly, I think any one of them could win it. It's been a race of attrition. We're down 14 cars from the start, but the cars that are still left running, we've got a lot of heavy hitters. It's going to be a fun one. 25 laps still the distance. Will it be a favorite? or will it be a Cinderella story at 2 in the morning? Let's find out. 25 to go in National Open 32. We're green. Pat Beeler leads us down. He's been the dominant car so far on the evening. Whoa, little bit of contact there off the corner between Craig Myers and Andrew Dietrich. That's going to open the door for Steve Dunmeyer to try and come through on the bottom side by side. He clears back to turn number 1. He's to the 5th spot. Jacob Hendershot watching further back with Brandon Heist right there. Here comes Dietrich taking another peek to the inside. They'll race wheel to wheel into turn number 3. Steve Dunmeyer able to clear and hang on out in front for that 5th position. Brandon Heist gets past Jacob Hendershot to get through to the 7th spot. 22 laps to go, 18 complete. Pat Beeler by nearly a second over Ross Perchak. Ross Perchak by nearly a second over Corey Myers, who runs in 3rd. Back to turns 1 and 2. I'll tell you, we can talk about reliability. That car for Pat Beeler, it's had some reliability issues this season, but tonight, will it all pay off? He's running that tribute paint scheme tonight, honoring the 13 fallen soldiers in Afghanistan, and he would love to take it to victory lane for the 3rd time in the National Open. 19 laps to go for Beeler out in front. But Ross Perchak is beginning to close in now. The Perchak Trucking number 4 starting to put the hook out and try to reel in Pat Beeler, and lap traffic will be a factor. Coming back to see 17 laps to go. Pat Beeler now is starting to open up the gap once again over Ross Perchak. It's about 1.2 seconds that last time around. Corey Myers comfortably in 3rd. Craig Myers in 4th. Steve Dunmeyer running in the 5th position. But Pat Beeler down the backstretch took the lead from the outside pole. Has led ever since. 25 complete as Jesse Maurer pulls off. Will stay green. Ross Perchak running in 2nd. Gotta feel like lap traffic could be his opportunity. Actually, beg your pardon, that was Glenn Mockimer, not Jesse Maurer, that pulled off. And now Andrew Dietrich has a problem. He's going to come to a stop in the infield in turn number 4. And we are under caution with 14 to go. Tough break for Andrew Dietrich, who was having a great run up inside, well inside the top 10 in this National Open. But it looks like it might be over for him now. Had a great run to win the heat race. Got past Pete Skias to win the 8th and final heat race of the night. And let's see if they can get him pushed away or if that's going to be it. Sounds like they might take Andrew Dietrich's car back to the work area. Looks like there is Devin Herron's car going to come back onto the speedway. He is 11 laps down, but he can still make up some positions if other cars drop out. So, however, the trooper, Devin Herron, will continue on. Looks like the night is over, at least for now, for Andrew Dietrich. But at the front, it's all about Pat Beeler and Ross Perchak on row 1. The Myers boys on row 2. Dunmeyer and Heist on row 3. Hendershot and Boyer on row 4. Stoles and Hartman on row 5. Pascarella and Werginnis on row number 6. Maurer and Boyer on row 7. Those are your 14 lead lap cars, and Ross Perchak pulled a wheelie on the backstretch. That one's coming back. So, gonna have a complete restart. That one was not entirely clean, and Ross Perchak nearly got some airtime there. He's got 5 wins in the National Open, the all-time wins leader here at Linda Speedway, and he was trying to get cleared for his pilot's license down the backstretch. He'll try it again. Pat Beeler back on the inside. Green flag is in the air. Now caution's out. Oh, Steve Dunmeyer slams the infield tire in turn 4, and that car still might be having some issues with the steering. He nearly drove Jesse Maurer to the inside. Dunmeyer, big time problem. He's going to need to put the hook on that thing. He clobbered that tire in turn number 4. I'm not sure if that one was going to come back or not. It was going to be called to come back once the yellow lights came on. And it sounds like this is going to be a single file restart now after the issue for Dunmeyer. Tough break for the 2008 winner of the Race of Champions. Bert Wojcik, what's cooking?
Casey, I want to bring something up here real quick. Ross Perchek, he's flagging down the official just like adamantly here. I want to bring back what Corey Myers said during our interview there about Beeler messing around the restarts. Maybe they're trying to get the attention of the official to, hey, watch Beeler. There's something going on with him on his restart. So keep an eye on that. That's been kind of interesting here. I almost think it had something to do with Perchek pulling that wheelie on the restart there, and I wonder if that had to do with Perchek holding back on that restart. Let's keep an eye on that throughout the rest of the night.
Some gamesmanship, I guess, from those at the front. Yeah, that's sometimes how you win these things, or how you put yourself in position. Sometimes you got to try and play the game a little bit. I think maybe Pat Beeler and Ross Perchek are both contributing to that a little bit right now on the front row. But there's a reason that they've combined to win 7 of these things in the 270s. And Pat Beeler's got 4 Race of Champions wins here. Ross Perchak did it back in 2009. But this will be a single file restart since we had the caution on the same lap. So it's Pat Beeler, Ross Perchak, Corey Myers, Craig Myers, Brandon Heist, your top 5. Hendershot, Boyer, Stoles, Hartman, Pascarella, your top 10. Wergenis, Maurer, Boyer, the 13 cars on the lead lap with Devin Herron still running. Here we go. 14 laps to settle National Open 32, and that was nearly a stack-up coming back to turns 3 and 4 as people were trying to anticipate that single file restart. They all get away cleanly. And Pat Beeler out in front trying to pull the gap over Ross Perchak. It is 3 car lengths, nearly 4 coming down the backstretch into turn number 3. Pat Beeler out in front trying to dominate. Alex Rupert led wire to wire. He led all 40 laps. Pat Beeler started on the outside pole, led the first lap. He's led ever since. And now he is 12 laps away. He just ran the fastest lap of anybody in this race. On lap 28, he comes around to put 29 on the board. 11 to go for Pat Beeler out in front. Here he comes, 10 laps remaining for Pat Beeler. Perchak in second, Corey Myers, Craig Myers, Brandon Heist, your top 5. Everybody single file for the time being. Oh, Ben Stoles sliding high in turn 2. He might come to a stop. Caution for Ben Stoles, who was running in the 9th spot. And his amazing drive throughout the course of the night from the C through the B to 9th in the National Open has come to a stop. And probably come to an end with 9 laps to go. will be a double file restart. Pat Beeler and Ross Perchak, and here we go. Could this be the final restart of National Open 32? Let's see. Race fans at the track on the National Racing Network, pick your winner. Is it Pat Beeler, Ross Perchak, or someone else? Green flag. Clean start back to 3 and 4. Pat Beeler on the inside. He'll clear Perchak off the corner with 9 to go. You look at Brandon Heist on the inside. He got both the Myers boys in 1 and 2. He's through to the 3rd spot. What a drive for Brandon Heist on that restart. Oh, Beeler's got a problem. He's going to break to the infield. Slides isn't locked up on him. And Pat Beeler, who led the first 31 laps of the National Open, is out of it with 9 to go. And we talked about it. Reliability issues for Pat Beeler throughout the course of this season. And it's happened again. 8 laps away, Pat Beeler was in position to take his 3rd National Open win, and now it's over. I was wondering if the one that got away last year, he would get back tonight. Now he's got another one that's gotten away. Heartbreak for Pat Beeler. And now Ross Perchak out in front. So now it is Ross Perchak, your leader, and Brandon Heist, the 2-time wingless 600 champion. Can he sneak in and win this National Open? He had an epic restart to get past the Myers boys, Corey and Craig, who now start on row 2. Jacob Hendershot and Richie Hartman. We were talking about his terrible time trial time. He drove his way through, got into the A main through his heat by, I don't even remember, it was about 100th of a second. Something like that for Richie Hartman. He is actually going to restart in 7th, the inside of row 4, behind Mike Boyer, who's driven his way up from 23rd. He's not out of this. Austin Pasquarello, the defending champ, he's still kicking. He'll restart in 8th. Jesse Maurer and Reginis will start in row 5. And then Dan Boyer, the last car on the lead lap. My goodness. This race has had so many twists and turns. We might not be done yet. 8 laps to go. Perchak, Heist on the front row. Will we have a 6-time winner or a first-time winner? The guy leading has won 5. The 3 guys behind him have never won it before. They could do it tonight as the green flag's back in the air. Ross Perchak gets away, but Brandon Heist is not going away. Ooh, Richie Hartman had a moment in turn 2. He's going to come to a stop. Caution as he slid sideways and slows to a stop. And I might have put the jinx on Richie Hartman. And that's going to make it a single file restart now with 8 to go. So it may not be over for Richie Hartman. He'll tack on at the tail. He'll restart 11th. And the way this night's gone, I'm not counting anything out right now. But he is not too happy with Mr. Jacob Hendershot. And he's going to let him know. And now I'll drop back into his position. Richie Hartman will restart at the tail. And it's single file. Perchak, Heist, Corey Myers, Craig Myers, Jacob Hendershot, your top 5. Can Ross the boss have a 6-pack? Let's find out. Green flag with 8 to go. Perchak able to get away by about 2 car lengths over Brandon Heist. working his way out of turn number 2. He balloons the gap down the back stretch. Corey Myers trying to go to work on Brandon Heist, get that runner-up position back. Into turns 1 and 2. That's going to be the battle coming off of the corner, turn number 4 with 6 to go. Corey Myers on the outside. And Brandon Heist on the inside, side by side, into turns 3 and 4. Corey Myers going to take back the runner-up position. 5 laps remaining for Ross Perchak out in front. Oh, Corey Myers has a problem. Now he's come to a stop in turn 3. With 4 to go, another caution. Corey Myers having probably his best National Open ever, but now it has come to an end. 4 laps shy of the finish, and he was going to have a chance running second, but the night looks to be over. We've got 4 laps left, and of the 30 cars that started, we've got 11 running, 10 of them on the lead lap, and yet, who knows? Anything could happen with 4 to go. Ross Perchak is just hoping for a nice, calm next 60 seconds or so to take home a National Open victory. Let's see if he can do it. He brings us back to the start line, goes early in the start zone, and he is gone into turn number 4. Brandon Heist running directly behind, trying to keep tabs on the Perchak trucking number 4. 3 laps remaining for Ross the Boss out in front. Battles on further back. Jesse Maurer to the inside of Austin Pasquarella for 6th. Unless we get a caution, though, that's not going to matter. 2 laps to go for Ross Perchak out in front. He's going to work his way through the final set of corners. White flag in the air for Ross Perchak. 2004, 2005, 2008, 2009, 2015, and now 2021. Ross Perchak has a 6-pack of National Open wins at the Linda Speedway. For the 6th time, the all-time wins leader at Linda Speedway, Ross the Boss, has done it. Brandon Heist comes home second. Craig Myers third to round out the podium. Jacob Hendershot and Mike Boyer complete your top 5 with Jesse Maurer, Austin Pasquarella, Noah Reginis, Richie Hartman, and Dan Boyer your top 10.
Tonight's presentation of the Linda Speedway National Open 32 on the National Racing Network is presented by On the High Side Apparel, a clothing brand created by 600 driver Connor Sheffield. With a portion of proceeds going to benefit medical cannabis research, your purchase helps drive progress in the fight against a variety of medical issues. Find out more information at onthehighsideapparel.com or visit Connor and the On the High Slide team in the pit area this weekend here at Linda's Speedway. Use the offer code LINDAS at checkout to get 20% off your order through October 17th. Casey will be with Ross Perchak here in On the High Side Victory Lane in just a moment.
Greg Myers and Brandon Heist both work their way to victory lane. Ross Perchak will follow them for the 6th time. He's used to doing this here at the Linda's Speedway. He knows his way to victory lane, and he's going to take another trip here tonight. Victory lane getting set up here on the front stretch. They're going to push Ross Perchak's car out to victory lane. Well, Mike Dicely has 10 of these things, 8 of them in the 600s, but 2 270s. Ross Perchak is the all-time winner of the 270 National Open, and he only adds to it tonight. Ross Perchak is going to climb out of the car. Race fans, make some noise for your 6th-time National Open winner, Ross the Boss Perchak. Well, absolutely, he's right. For the 6th time, Ross Perchak, all-time wins leader at Linda's Speedway. You did that a couple weeks ago, and I asked you, was that going to be a good tune-up? Clearly tonight it was. You've done it again for the 6th time.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty awesome experience this whole year down here. You know, we got legend status in wins, the National Open wins, good stuff.
Good stuff for sure. But talk me through this race, because it was wild in a lot of aspects. It was kind of chaotic. It was kind of crazy. It was kind of funky. That's close enough to a full moon, I guess. Yeah. And it sure feels like it. All those cautions early on in the race, you talked to Bert down there during the fuel stop, and he said it's so hard to get in a rhythm, and I imagine that's how it felt through most of the early portions of this thing.
Yeah, it was, you know, 2 laps here or there. I could feel the tire just wasn't there at the beginning of the race. I needed a little bit more longer run. Beeler was good. I don't think I would have passed him if he wouldn't have blown up. But, I mean, actually on that last restart when he did blow up, I got the best restart, and I at least could run with him. So I figured, well, we'll see what happens. But then he seized, so I'll take it.
Yeah, what went through your mind in that moment? Because, yeah, you're probably feeling like maybe he's got a little bit too much. Don't know if I can do anything with him. But you see him break there in turn 4, and you're like, man, Merry Christmas.
Pretty much. I was like, well, now it's my race to lose, and I was just waiting because I know we leaned down a little bit on that fuel stop too. So I was just questioning if we were going to make it at the end, but I just felt pretty good. So, yeah, kind of blown away right now.
You're rewriting all the records here at Linda's Speedway. Ross, who do you want to thank for this 6th National Open win?
Definitely my dad, Perchak Trucking, ER Cycles, RTS Chassis, Skeets Motors, Hoosier Tire, Nunzies Advertising, TSL Shocks. The list goes on and on. There's a lot of people that make this thing run.
Well, a lot of people make it run, but you make it run to the winner's circle. Congratulations, Ross Perchak, for the 6th time. He wins the National Open. The 32nd National Open belongs to him. Brandon Heist had an eventful race, to say the least, an eventful night, and somehow, after all that, you put this thing on the podium in 2nd, and was there a moment there you thought, like, man, I can win this thing?
Well, at first, I'll be honest, I was like, man, our first start was decent, and then it got called back, and then that second start, I don't know what happened, the guy in front of me I got into him, and then he, like, hit the brakes or something, and then I'm like, great, now we're in dead last. So I was like, you know what, we're just going to go and see what we can do. I've driven from the back before, and I was figuring we'll see how good we can do on the biggest stage of them all. But on the last couple restarts, especially the one I was sitting 5th and I ended up 2nd, I was like, man, we are moving, and hopefully we have enough. But I give it to Ross. He had a fast car, and I definitely could not keep up with that thing.
Yeah, take me through that restart. That was a bold move on the bottom. You got both the Myers boys there in one corner, and that put you in position. That set you up to have a shot there in the late going.
Yeah, I know, like, long runs, we did get a little slow, but it could be tire, anything like that. But the starts, man, this thing takes off. And I was like, you know, one of the best bets is we're going to take these restarts and hopefully get positions and just see what we get.
Well, you started 14th, but went up to pretty much last, and you come back to 2nd. So heck of a run, Brandon. Who do you want to thank for it?
I got to thank Dave for giving me one hell of a car. He always does. We won at Labor Day with it, and we're back here now, finished 2nd. Wish we could have got 1st, but 2nd's definitely a great run. Got to thank Mike for helping out with everything. Got to thank everybody that helps out with this car. It was just a great night.
Well, hey, representing Linda Speedway pretty well tonight. Congratulations, Brandon Heist. 2nd place finish. Go down and talk to Craig Myers. And eventful, I'm sure, was the word for you, too. Just kind of survival of the fittest out there. A lot of good cars falling by the wayside. A lot of cautions. And, hey, you survive all of it. Bring it home on the podium.
Yeah, it seemed like every time we had a double foul start there, and I had a good start up to 2nd there on that last one, I didn't get called back every time, and it just never seemed to work out for me. But, all in all, good weekend, can't complain. It's the first national open I ran, so I guess I mean I had probably a total of 50 laps on this place before coming here this weekend. So.
Well, yeah, coming here this week, and you had a lot of speed, ran up front, won your heat race, and put yourself in position to start up near the front. Craig, who do you want to thank for this 3rd place finish?
My dad, it's his car. He builds a hell of an engine. It's a team effort, you know. Me and Corey, I can't say a competition, but we push each other to go better.
Well, it was fun watching you two race. Congratulations, Craig Myers. 3rd place finish in the Linda Speedway National Open. Brandon Heist comes home 2nd, and Ross Perchak, for the 6th time, is the winner of the Linda Speedway National Open. Michael Borowick, we think we have your wallet up here at the tower. Michael Borowick, I think we have your wallet up here at the tower. If you're still here at the Speedway, please come get it. And that's going to do it for National Open 32. Another chapter of National Open legacy has been written here tonight. Alex Rupert, 15 years old, gets his first National Open win, continues the trend of first-time winners in the National Open in recent years. But that trend did not continue to the 270s. Ross Perchak, the all-time winningest driver at Linda Speedway and the all-time wins leader in 270 National Opens, gets number 6 tonight at Linda's Speedway. Want to thank everybody that helped put this thing on tonight. Producer Chris Graham, our camera operators Patrick Byrne and Jason Bittner, our production assistants Andrew Acera and Samantha Wolf, our pit reporter, Bert Wojcik, who did an outstanding job staying on top of everything here this evening. I'm Casey. Come on, Bert, take a compliment. I'm Casey Kreider, honored to have called my first Linda Speedway National Open here this weekend. What a race it was. Thanks to all of you who tuned in at home on the National Racing Network YouTube channel. If you like what you saw tonight, November 6th at Airport Speedway in Newcastle, Delaware, it's the Battle of the Bullring 100 lapper. We're back once again. Be the 4th running of that race. Last year
was incredibly fun. We can't wait to see what the 2021 edition of that race provides. We'll be back in 2 weeks here at Linda Speedway for World Championship Weekend for the All-Star and Junior Slingshots. 4 races over the course of 3 days for the All-Star and Junior Slingers to crown a world champion. We'll kick it off Friday night with our action, a doubleheader Saturday afternoon and Saturday night, and we'll finish it off Sunday afternoon. That'll conclude the racing season here at Linda Speedway, October 29th through the 31st. But until then, I'm Casey Kreider saying so long from Linda Speedway. National Open 32 is in the books. Congratulations to Alex Rupert and Ross Perchak, immortalized in National Open history.